From Chicago to Boston, Midwest to the East Coast, and this island in the Caribbean known as Puerto Rico is why the bars are lethal. Got me going beast mode in this game called life. You better know some cheat codes. Il Divino's back, someone let the streets know. 6 shots for the folks and 5 shots for my peoples. I think it's high time we all have a sit down. Can we all agree the game is gone to shit now? Like the fall of Rome, the death of Romulus, history repeating itself if you know it's obvious. If you had your head inside of a book instead of binoculars, you'd be able to see without a pair of binoculars. Our tax dollars being spent towards the damn omnibus, but the rich stay rich, commoners remain commoners. The tentacles and everything like a damn octopus. Mass media, mass hysteria, how they control the populace. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yet everyone lives in fear around me. The truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me. The truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Living in the shy, can't let them catch me snoozing. Dudes be shooting just for the amusement. I refuse to be a victim, never be a loser. When your city is a war zone, who gives a fuck about Putin? And there ain't nothing safe about the Safety Act. There's more safety in being strapped. They should choose you, shoot back. Those odds are better than getting caught laying on your back. Don't believe me, check the stats, I'm just bringing you the facts. With my hand on the Bible, I swear to rap the truth. Almighty God, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. My people perish for lack of knowledge. My knowledge I share with you. There's nothing we can't accomplish. One head ain't better than two. That's the purpose of a democratic republic. Discussion on every subject, in truth, logic, and reason, till we reach an agreement. A nation under God is how the states united. Got out of the picture, look how gradually we divided. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me. The truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me. The truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk.
Arrogance is the primary ingredient that will make you assume you can take action without God. Arrogance. That's actually what it is. You think you got this and you know more than God. That's why your drift turns into a twirl.
Thank God for this day. Hey, you're not promised tomorrow. Realize your life is borrowed, so say what you gotta say. Hey, get it all off your chest. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that what Twitter's for? Clout. And all these other platforms. Followers who has more. You have found your reward. Matter of fact, engage some more, and for sure you'll find yourself in these social media wars. Oh Lord, let's talk about it. You be about it, I be about it. So relying on social media, how would you be without it? Non-existent. Your entire system would just be a flop if you don't listen and got no vision. How could you reach the top? Twitter fingers like a ninja. Stay mask, move fast, you would know who hit ya. Cut you and split ya, causing division, moving on in you like a temporal pincer. Trying to paint the perfect picture, write lyrics like the holy scriptures. Deep and profound, you're feeling me now. After hearing the sound, you're hearing me now. Coming for the facts, now lose track. Got me think that this couldn't be more crazy. If I take it back to the very act, you would talk smack when you actually thought you played me. Tell me who's true, there's only a few. Keep me in tune while seeking the truth. Salute to the crew, I'm paying my dues. Be sure to give credit where credit is due. Thank God for this day. Hey, you're not promised tomorrow. Realize your life is borrowed, so say what you gotta say. Hey, get it all off your chest. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that what Twitter's for? Clout. And all these other platforms. Followers who has more. You have found your reward. Matter of fact, engage some more, and for sure you'll find yourself in these social media wars. Oh Lord.
Media is just like syphilis, wholesome wickedness, tearing folks down who bore witness to the passions of the movies that they love, to the director who rose up above, the hatred, the jealousy of those who was friendly, who turned into some of the worst of our enemies. A disgrace when your smiles in our face, doing that for only the clout that you chase. It's too late. Fruit of your labor was laced with a poison that most of you clowns couldn't taste. We know who you are, so fake the funk if you want. Make all your videos, cause we know you're a chump. You tried to divide, but we was wise to your lies. We testify that you were snakes in disguise. And don't depend on those little simps on your side. They only live off the drama you provide.
Thank God for this day. Hey, you're not promised tomorrow. Realize your life is borrowed, so say what you gotta say. Hey, get it all off your chest. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that what Twitter's for? Clout. And all these other platforms. Followers who has more. You have found your reward. Matter of fact, engage some more, and for sure you'll find yourself in these social media wars. Who would've thought there'd ever be a Muslim-Christian connection? Welcome to America, this ain't the kingdom of heaven. Two brethren with reverence to the Most High, keeping them strengthened. Counting our blessings in a time where there's division and tension. From the streets to these tweets, the people keep on wildin'. Violence keeps on rising in every single environment. So I pray for God's love to pour out and assalamu alaikum. But take my kindness for weakness, then you're sadly mistaken. I'm just like David, fighting off wars, bears. We going up, shit going down. We lighting them up, you best hit the ground. Shooting them up, one after round. When there's blood in the air, you better not dare to come around town. Father, please forgive me, have mercy on my soul. Fools keep trying to test me and I will never fold. It's the way that Wendy raised me, the city of the gold. Load them up and let them go, load them up and let them go, load them up and let them fly.
Woo! Yeah. You already know what it is. You already know what it is. It's your boy El Divino Vega. Here we are at the Chop Shop, in the hit shop, where we make hits.
Yes, sir.
Nothing but hits. I'm here, honored by Wrds.
I
guess for the evening. Hey, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
For sure,
Cheers
for
to
sure.
you guys.
Hey,
Little whiskey.
salute.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Little whisk.
Little whiskey.
Little whisk. You know what I'm saying? Goes a long way.
Libations.
Right. I'll take my sip right quick.
Go ahead.
Mm.
Thank you guys for joining us, man.
Yes. For those who already tuned in, thank you for hopping on. For those that are hopping on later, thank you for that as well. There's a lot to cover, bro. For those who don't know, who missed the last episode I had Wrds on, you know, we just dropped the project, right?
Yes, sir.
With AQ in the back and Crew Rock. You want to touch on that just a little bit? Just a little quick recap?
Yeah, just a quick recap. I mean, we just dropped 4 clips. We've been doing kind of like a promo run.
Mm-hmm.
We were just on the Ground Mode Cyphers on Sundays. They also have a stream where they review the album and whatnot. And man, they went crazy for the album. We've been getting a lot of positive feedback. So check it out. It's on all DSPs, Spotify, wherever you get your music. Full Eclipse, Clue Rock, Wrds, AQ Run It Back. Not because I'm just on it, but even giving it an objective point of view. Like I think it's a very solid piece of work, body of work. We're very proud of it. We're representing the city and not just representing the city, but also representing Latinos.
Hell yeah.
In hip hop culture. And we're just very proud of it. We take pride in what we do. And this is where it all happened right here.
Right
here, literally writing sessions right in these couches and in these seats. So check it out if you want to vibe out. If you're a hip hop head and you want to vibe out to some bars and something that has a little bit more of a message, introspective, something that gives you a little depth, definitely check out Full Eclipse, man. I love it. It's a great project.
I'm
proud of it.
It's a phenomenal project.
Thank you, bro.
I mean, I'm still bumping that right now. So
yes, sir.
If you haven't checked it out, go check it out on all streaming platforms.
Yes,
so go
sir.
check it out. You said something that I feel is just a great segue to a conversation piece that I've been having brewing in my mind. And we kind of slightly touched on it the last time we were here, right?
Yeah.
And it's I guess you could say, identity of Puerto Ricans within the culture of hip hop. But I kind of just want to expand on that just a bit more. And kind of just dive deeper into what I believe right now is a conversation happening where, like I told you earlier, I'm going to be going to see Bad Bunny in a few weeks.
Congrats to you. That's going to be lit.
Yeah, I know it's going to be lit.
It's going to be lit.
That book. I mean, I've been watching the videos. It's lit.
I just seen a video of my uncle out there with his daughter.
Yeah.
They're having a freaking blasty blast, bro. They're having a blasty blast.
It's a vibe out there right now. It's a vibe out there right now. And shout out to to him and his team, and even just Puerto Rico. How about that? Puerto Rico just for being lit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's actually beyond him. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just the face of it right now, I guess you could say. And he's not the first to like try and attempt to do something like this, but he's probably the first to do this on the level that he is. But like, not that was like, and I guess I feel I have to say this because personally, I feel like it's a disservice to those that came before him to not mention this, right? And that's that there was plenty of reggaeton artists that did try and put Puerto Rico on the map, you know, doing shows in Puerto Rico that crossbreeded to grow the industry of reggaeton, where they merged with hip hop artists way before Bad Bunny came on the scene. I think what Bad Bunny did was just there's a deeper answer there, but just to not go there just yet, we'll go there soon enough. But I would say he eventually crossed a threshold that put him on a global market that no other, I guess, reggaeton artist had done before.
Transcended.
Yeah. You know, that for sure now gives him the publicity he needs, and that then also gives Puerto Rico the publicity it needs. You know. So that being said, though, yo, shout out Robert Pin. I see you on Facebook, bro. What's good, fam? Again, you already know how that works, bro. I can't put your comment on unless you go on Il Divino Vega, you know, my artist page. That's I think the only way I can see your comments. But if you're watching me on my regular personal account, I won't be able to put up your comments. But I see your comments because I have you on the side. What's good, fam? I appreciate you hopping on. Matter of fact, let me make sure I'm not missing anybody else. Okay, we good. All right, let's just keep it like that. All right. So yeah, that being said, bro, like just so we could expand on that a bit more, we slightly touched on it. Puerto Ricans, for sure, I feel, have had a very big influence in music in general. If I'm just gonna be like blunt, you know what I mean? And I just feel it's not talked about enough. Like. And again, it's not to cause division because I'm not here for that either. Like I'm actually, and we'll get into that discussion soon enough. But I'm not here to stoke division or separate us, like make us an exclusive club or anything like that. Because Puerto Ricans by nature aren't that. We are very welcoming. We are very hospitable. We're like ready to take people in. You know what I mean? So do you feel that same way? Do you feel that Puerto Ricans aren't getting enough credibility when it comes to that? I guess sphere of like music in general, like what influence we actually have on music, like as a whole, and maybe even culture for that matter.
Yes and no. I think yes, in the urban Latino community, if you look at who are the trendsetters, who are the guys setting precedents in reggaeton, Spanish hip hop. I mean, you look at Arcángel, you look at Wisin y Yandel, Joel y Randy. I mean, I could go down the list. I mean, there's so many pioneers of Spanish 100%. Reggaeton, Spanish urban music that come from Puerto Rico. Not just Bad Bunny, right? Bad Bunny is the end all be all, right? At the moment. But you go down the line. I mean, there's so many influences. Don Omar, Daddy Yankee. Yes. I mean,
no, the
list goes on. The list goes on. I mean, it's vast.
Yes.
But then if you turn it around and you look at the hip hop culture, there's not much currently. Right? We could look in the past. Like I said, I mentioned the Beat Nuts.
Yep.
I mentioned, you know, obviously Big Pun, Terror Squad, Fat Joe. Those are like kind of your cliche answers. For your underground heads, Thurston Howell III, who's called the Polo Rican because he got a deal with Ralph Lauren on the fashion tip and was the first like kind of Latino Puerto Rican to really have that association with Polo and represent Ralph Lauren on a grander scale. So
Ralph Lauren,
Thurston Howell III, he holds a special place in my heart because of his influence in that area in fashion. But outside of that, I mean, it's been very quiet.
Yeah,
it's been very like, you know, there's not really much. And then you have your half black, half Puerto Rican, right? You have like a Fabulous out there. You have I forgot who else. Joel's. Is Joyner? No, Joyner's half. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Really?
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Kevin Gates?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, see, like there, I didn't know.
See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Those are new.
But I mean, how about who? I feel like we didn't state these guys. I mean, which is kind of crazy considering that they're actually somewhat in the game now. But Joel Ortiz.
Oh, Joel
who
Ortiz.
I feel for sure had his moment.
Right, with Slaughterhouse and Shady Aftermath. Yep. But I mean, even when they talk about Slaughterhouse, he gets overlooked. That's what I mean. So it's crazy. You know? I just think for me it goes back to underrepresentation, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think there's really anybody to blame. I think also there are gatekeepers in hip hop.
Yeah.
That, hey, you have to fill a certain criteria in order for them to kind of let you in the game and you represent who you are. I think that was that existed back in the day. I think with independent artists now and how easy it is to just upload music and just do your thing, those gatekeepers cease to exist now. Now it's just an open field. So now it's just a matter of like setting an example, having I'm not saying us per se, but having a breakout group that's Latino. It don't have to be specifically Puerto Rican, but a Latino group that can set an example and motivate other younger artists to really pursue and kind of open the floodgates in regards to what Latinos can offer to the hip hop culture.
For sure.
Because I don't think there's just enough representation. I think right now it's very slim to none.
I think you're onto something though with that. Like even right now, as you were saying what you were saying, I'm thinking to myself like so. There's two things I want to touch that you touched on, right? And that's one is the artist, and this is why I said, do you feel like they've been there's been this, and I didn't say on the representation. I forgot what word I used, but that's a good enough word.
Yeah.
But it's, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, and I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say to place that in the back burner, let it simmer a bit. I do wonder, and not that I'm wondering too much. I kind of have what I've been speculating for a moment here, but there is this thing that I'm wondering about, like so many artists before Bad Bunny that for sure were, I guess you could say, pioneers, and you could say the guys that first bridged the gap between even reggaeton and hip hop to like cement it as like, look, this is an urban culture, and even I would even go as far to say that, and it's not even just reggaeton. I feel like even when you're talking this things like salsa, that is also urban. You know what I'm saying? When you're actually hearing the songs, what it's talking about, you know, that in itself has an urban message to it. But again, back to those guys, like I feel like they got overlooked, and it's because I wonder why, right? Okay, so Rob Pins. Okay, well, just I don't know if this, like, again, maybe he looked on Google, but he said Joyner not Puerto Rican. He's black and white.
That's what I was thinking. I thought he was black and white. That's what I thought.
Maybe he's got love for Puerto Ricans. Yeah, I don't know.
No, but to your point, I think what Bad Bunny represents.
Well, let that simmer though. Let that simmer. That's not what I want to tackle. Okay. That's not what I want to tackle just yet. Let that one simmer.
Okay.
Because I have my own thoughts on why I think somehow why he got the publicity that others didn't, which that I feel also deserved it, that got overlooked. But we'll get to that. Let that simmer. To your point though, you mentioned something that I'm like, where, like I said, back then the idea was to bridge the gap between the reggaetoneros of their time with the hip hop artists of that time, right? So you had like you had your Noris, you know, bridging the gap between you know what I'm saying. Matter of fact, actually, a lot of people don't remember this, but not where you had Rockefeller, they had their Spanish division called Rock La Familia.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which had a bunch of Puerto Rican reggaeton artists on there.
Yeah.
You know, so a lot of people forget that. But that was bridging the gap, right? So you got that, then you got your Snoop Dogg with your Daddy Yankee and things like that, right? So those guys were already doing that, right?
Yeah.
And that was a move. That was a chess move at the time. Like, all right, this if you similar way to like get reggaeton on and not necessarily, I guess you could say, not to put it on the map because it was already on the map in a certain regard. I think actually they did both of themselves a favor.
More exposure.
Yeah, and it was like we're getting from the reggaeton side, they're getting exposure to the English crowd. From the hip hop side, you're getting exposure to the Spanish crowd, and it was a joint move. You know what I'm saying? He said, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." I'm telling you, a lot of people forgot about Rock La Familia. No, it was Rock La Familia. Rock La Familia.
They had Hector the Father.
They had Hector the Father in there, Tito el Bambino, like all the niggas. You know what I'm saying? I want to say even Tego probably, but anyways.
No, they tried Tego.
They tried Tego. Right.
Tego was like,
yeah,
I'm good.
These guys don't think going on, right?
Yeah.
So, but that was a move then. I think the move now, and I hate to say it because it's like, you know, humbly, who am I, right? Like, what do I know? And then also maybe this might come off like I'm looking for the handout or something, right?
Yeah.
But it's not even about me. Like, matter of fact, if I saw this happening even with somebody else, I'd be like, that's the move, right? And by that I mean is like, it goes back to the point we said last time, and it's like, and again, it's not to cause a division, but you have to realize when that's kind of like which not that you're meant to be divided, but at the very least at this moment, help your own because nobody else is helping them type thing. Right, you know what I mean? So by that I mean, even for like the Puerto Rican, and not just Puerto Rican, but I say Puerto Rican because obviously we have the, I guess you could say, foothold of the reggaeton market, right? Like it's mostly Puerto Rican, you know, but obviously now we've, again, because we are welcoming, we allow any kind of Latino to be part of that, like, you know, industry, right? So now you got like, you know, South American, reggaeton artists, you know, even Mexican reggaeton artists, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, we're very like, come on in, right? But anyways, all that to say that it would probably be, the move now would be like, if you are a Bad Bunny or somebody in the reggaeton industry or music industry that clearly has that, Estrada said, "Except this Mexican."
You know, Snow the Product is half Puerto Rican.
I did not know that.
Oh, really?
Snow the Product.
From Mobb Deep.
Yeah.
Oh, Prodigy from Mobb Deep. Damn, that's a good one.
Oh, I knew that. I did know that.
Shout out to Alchemist.
Yeah, shout out to Alchemist. Yeah, that great producer. Estrada, we're getting. Hey, one day, someday. We're gonna get you in that.
Shout out Estrada.
Shout out Estrada. No, for sure. But all that to say, I think
Puerto Rican too.
Estrada half Puerto Rican. Oh, there you go. That's what you need. You need to say that more often.
Guilty by association. By the way, we got AQ behind.
We got AQ in the back. We were supposed to cam him up, but we had some technical difficulties. It's okay. But.
We also got a storm coming.
Yeah, we had a storm coming and just literally shut down all the power. Yeah. We should have been live a long time ago. But anyways, so
to your point,
my point is, I feel like guys like Bad Bunny, the guys that are now have like, all right, not just Bad Bunny, because like Angel, fucking Sesh, all these guys that clearly have not like all you guys are up there now. You know what I'm saying? Nicky Jam, all of them. You know what I'm saying? I think the move now is to not just raise up reggaeton artists. I mean, do that for sure.
Yeah.
But not that this is like a territorial thing, but like, I think now is the time to like also see what you can do in the hip hop industry, just in any industry for that matter.
Right.
Not just hip hop, but like branch out, see who else you can lift up. You know what I'm saying? Like, because again, this is what we do. This is what we do is my whole point. This is what Puerto Ricans do. This is what we do best. Is we're like, if we're rising, we're all rising. That I can't stress this enough. Like, people don't like, when you really look at Puerto Rican history, like even like in the States, like the headway we made for others. You know what I'm saying? To be able to have their liberty. You know what I'm saying? Even on the social justice front. You know, like it can't be said enough. You know what I mean? So I just feel like even on the music side, it's like look, y'all clearly are the. You know what I'm saying? The
upper echelon.
The upper echelon. You guys are up there. You guys hold the reins on things. I I would see. I mean, again, if I was in their position, I just feel like that's what I would try and see. Like, all right, how else can we make an influence in the game? You know what I'm saying?
For
Like
sure.
outside of just reggaeton, like what are there any Puerto Rican R&B artists I can help out? Are there any Puerto Rican hip hop artists? Any Puerto Rican rock artists? Any, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me see who. Like,
Yeah.
if we're gonna lift up the community, let's lift up the community. You know what I'm saying? Full circle. But anyways, what are your thoughts on that?
So the only pushback I give on that is I've seen Bad Bunny give a lot of shine to a lot of upcoming artists, and but then
in other genres though.
No, other genres and within the genre.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? Like Luar La L. A lot of people don't. You might not know if you're not from the island or you're not deep in the trenches of the island. I watch like island podcasts, Chente Molucco.
Yes.
So those guys really talk about who's really influencing the game, and they talk about the music there. So Bad Bunny has given a lot of chances to a lot of like upcoming artists there. He's also given a singer, I forgot her name. She's so dope. But she I'm not sure. But she does like salsa, but jazzy, but she's super soulful. She's super dope. She was on his last album. So I think she has a feature on his last album. I forgot her name. But she's incredible.
Yeah.
So I think when you look at Bad Bunny, it's easy to single him out because there's so many eyes on him. Yeah. So it's like, well, you have a responsibility. But if you look at what he's done, you can compare it to like a Snoop Dogg, where Snoop Dogg has done shit with Martha Stewart. He's been on Blunts. He's been on, he's marketing himself universally, which has spread the word of hip hop.
Yes.
Right?
100%.
And I think Bad Bunny has followed that same kind of.
Well, I don't think it was just Snoop Dogg, but I know what you're saying.
But
I know
you
exactly
look
what
at Bad Bunny being on SNL, being on Happy Gilmore, being on having an American tour, having a Spanish tour,
definitely took a route of those. He picked up the playbook. Is my whole point.
Being on WWE,
I've been told guys like that. Like,
what artist has been on? Now you're seeing Jelly Roll. Now you're seeing a bunch of artists. Travis Scott being on WWE. But the trendsetter was Bad Bunny.
Yeah,
Bad Bunny was the first guy that actually legitimately.
I don't know if it was Bad Bunny. Well, as far as artists,
no.
But he's a student of the game. I'll give him credit.
But what I'm saying is, in regards to like doing it legitimately, training, being part of a storyline, actually splashing motherfuckers, actually doing a bunny destroyer. Like this guy actually put the work in.
Yeah,
and now you're
100%.
seeing Travis Scott following. Now you see Jelly Roll doing it. Now you see, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody want to follow what Bad Bunny did.
This is what I'll give credit to Bad Bunny. I think he's a student of the game. I think he's well aware of the times. I think he saw what Jake Paul did. Is it Jake Paul or Logan Paul?
Logan Paul,
my bad.
But
he saw what Logan Paul did,
but that's different.
And realized, no, I get what you're saying, because they're not artists. That's what I'm trying to say.
Logan Paul's a YouTuber.
But the market's all the same now. Right. Like influencers are influencers.
Right.
Bad Bunny's an influencer to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? Like to a certain degree.
But this is the difference. I'll give you some pushback. Logan Paul boxed. He was an athlete.
No, look.
Had the muscles.
Logan Paul did that after Bad Bunny?
No.
Logan Paul did it first.
Is a part of the WWE.
Yeah, he's not on WWE.
What we're talking about is kind of like, so kind of the influencers infiltrating kind of like these different platforms and to promote their shit.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is Logan Paul was a boxer prior to this. That's how he promoted Prime. That's how he did it.
Yeah,
that's another. That's what I mean. Hole with him.
But that's what I mean when I say. What I'm trying to say is when you're a student of the game, you catching on to these things, right? So we're living in a time where like the medium there is no specific medium really. Like it's all about crossbreeding now. Like
right.
There's
no blueprint.
Like, there's no have like the wrestlers featuring in his fucking music videos, and then all of a sudden
everybody's referencing wrestling.
Yeah.
We need a Puerto Rican R&B scene. Right. Right.
Good luck with that.
Right.
There's not many.
Hey, Bad Bunny set the tone at his WWE appearance. That match was off the chain. It definitely was. It definitely was. I enjoyed the shit out of it. Oh shit, man. Logan Paul still can't go to Japan.
That is fact. He's trying to go back to Japan, by the way, because WWE has a current tour that's going to Japan. and I think he is going to try to go back to Japan. I don't know how well he's going to be accepted there, but that should be interesting.
That'll for sure be interesting.
But I get what you're saying. Is the cross pollination? There's no really blueprint as to
you know what I mean.
How
not
it is
before,
to market
not how it
your
was
stuff.
before. You know what I mean.
But I think with Bad Bunny, Bad Bunny was, if you really look at his roots, he started as a SoundCloud rapper. He was a SoundCloud guy,
right? And Arcangel found him, right?
Arcangel was like, "Hey, this guy's really dope. He's catching steam on SoundCloud. Everybody seems to be talking about him. Let's get He's also produces his stuff. And that was an issue too when he was producing, because his label was having issues with him producing. He was like, "Well, you're having full control of everything. We want a piece of the pie."
Right?
Yeah, they were taking credit.
Right.
So he had to readjust his whole team. But that's a whole nother. What I'm saying is, people give Bad Bunny a hard time, but if you look at the roots of how he started, where he's at now, he's always been consistent in one thing. He's always given credit. He's always been a dude who gives other people chances, and maybe not as much as we would like him to, maybe. But I think when you reach a certain stature, you have to be selective as to who you let in, because
you definitely have to.
He's always showing homage to the people that
always.
Like Arcangel brought him in. Like
Dude, he keeps him up. Arcangel was a part of the his residency recently. Like I want to say, like 2 weeks ago, he had Arcangel on stage, and they did a set.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So to me, the backlash of Puerto Rico's talking about Bad Bunny and he represents demonic shit. It's like that.
You don't think that's a certain truth to that though?
Shut up.
You don't think there's a certain truth to that?
On that, bro?
Because I'll say this: the only reason I'll leave that door open, just to keep it open, because I'm always open for like to hear.
I hear you out. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? The only reason, because I don't. Again, I feel like you're saying everything he's done, and it's like, well, yeah, but it's been done, and that's why I say, like, look, I'll give him credit where it's done, where it's due, where it's like he's a student of the game, so he's picking up on the moves he should make. I'm definitely not going to lie here and sit and say that he's the pioneer of all the things he's done. He's definitely not. But he's a student of the game, and he's seeing what other people are doing to make things happen. That I'll give him credit where credit is due. What I will also say, though, is plenty of other artists before him have also made very, how do you say, what should have been massive moves that, for whatever reason, they don't get the publicity he does. And I'll argue from what, just from that viewpoint, I don't know about the demonic, that's a little far-fetched, but I'm open to that in the sense of like, because I'm not big on the whole, I'm open to the idea, like, is there a cabal of higher, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole, I'm open to the idea. I won't say that I'm subscribed to it.
Yeah.
But I won't say like, no, it's just not true at all. I don't know that. I think I'd be ignorant to say that. I don't believe it's too true. That's too big for me personally. I will say this. I do believe there are those that open and close doors according to whatever the agenda is. Again, plenty of and again, what I'm saying, just to clarify, what I'm saying, I'm not saying because I dislike Bad Bunny. I love that guy. Like, his talent is off the charts. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he's the only artist that has the talent he has, right? And then I have to wonder, how is it that every artist, either before you or even around you, that has just as much talent, just as great music, why are they overlooked? Why were doors open for you? And why are you getting the publicity on a grander scale than all these other artists? And the only correlation I find that separates him from all the other reggaeton artists that get overlooked, that have just as much as good music as he does, that should be loved by all the white people around the world, that are like, that really, like, whatever. The only correlation to me is, well, he's the only one who decided, I'm going to wear girl clothes, I'm going to paint my nails, I'm going to kiss boys on stage, I'm going to do all these things that no other reggaeton artists bother doing, because it's not who they are. But he was willing to do that, I think, because he knew it would, all that does build publicity, right? Like, to act like it doesn't would also be,
it creates conversation. It's controversy.
It's not even just, hold on. It's not even just conversation. It's wait.
It's not really him. It's the label.
No, 100%. That's my
management.
Right. No, again, I'm not saying this to like
discredit him.
Discredit him. I'm saying this as an observational point that I feel can't be overlooked. that why I couldn't understand why there is pushback. You know, because I can see why people do think like, oh, this guy sold his soul or he's a sellout, because he's really none of the things that he even like allowed himself to transform into those moments, but he did it for the clout, he did it for the fame and all that. I get it, like that. There's truth to that. Now,
but that's the same.
Does that take away from his skill? No.
But
here, you know what I mean? But
this is my argument.
Yeah.
If we're gonna go down that rabbit hole, then do we discredit Martin Lawrence for making Martin, for wearing a dress and acting like Shanae? Do we discredit Eddie Murphy for dressing as a woman and on the clumps or whatever the case may be?
Yeah.
Like, we could go down this rabbit hole.
We can.
There are comedians that discredit what Eddie Murphy did because he dressed up as a woman.
Yeah,
you know, it's like it's never ending, bro. It's never ending. I think when looking at it objectively, right? You look at Bad Bunny's music. He was doing stuff using the auto-tune, using almost American type cadences, future type cadences on Spanish songs that Arcángel wasn't doing. Arcángel don't sound like Bad Bunny. Don Omar wasn't doing what Bad Bunny did. Don Omar was exactly? It's like an old school kind of like melodic ballad type of feel. Yeah. What Bad Bunny brought was something futuristic, like different, like young energy.
Okay, hold on.
To reggaeton.
So I agree with you to a certain degree. You're right.
So to me, it's like, bro, this guy was light years ahead of what was going on in reggaeton. Reggaeton was stale. You're right. Was for a long time was stale, dog. It was. I
don't know if that's true, but
no, that's facts.
I don't know.
No,
if
that's
true,
facts. You can look back. You can look back. Bro, Wisin and Yandel hasn't had a hit in how long? Where have you heard a Wisin and Yandel song? What was the last hit?
You're overlooking. You are overlooking the Arcángel, I think, heavy.
No, Arcángel's dope, but Arcángel was doing trap. Arcángel was doing trap.
Yeah, but regardless, that was the moment. That was the trap.
Trap. He didn't sound like Bad Bunny.
Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get you with that one though, because I think you're giving Bad Bunny too much credit. And by that I mean,
I think he deserves all the credit.
All he did was he did what English artists were already doing and brought it to the Spanish game.
Right.
But
nobody was doing it in the Spanish game.
But it's not new then, bro. It's my whole point. Like it would be a lie to say that he did something new. That is the point.
No, because to the Spanish audience, it was new. That's why he blew up.
To a certain degree. Yes, you're right.
That's what I'm saying.
But
to you, as a music head, you think, oh, it's already been done. I've heard Future do the same thing. Yeah, I could say the same thing.
Exactly.
But
right, to the overall audience. That was new to them.
What the
100%. No, 100%.
So
look, no, you're again, that's why I said I slightly agree with you. You're right, because I agree with that point. But because I do know the facts of what I know.
Right.
The truth is he isn't the first to do what he did. Mm-hmm. But you're right. To the overall like art audience of the industry of that industry, you're right.
To the casual listener.
Yeah, 100%. So to them, and that's why I said that from the jump when he first came out on the scene. I said to a lot of guys, I'm like, oh, and again, this is why I said what I said earlier. I give credit where credit is due, and this man is a student of the game. And when I say game, I mean the overall game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like he just peeped what reggaeton artists were doing. No, this guy was so smart to see what hip hop artists were doing, what you know what I'm saying? Like what other artists were doing, and what influencers were doing. That's what I mean when I say he's a student of the game. Like, this guy, he's seeing how he can grow his brand on all levels, not just like, you know what I'm saying? So like when he first came out, when I saw him do that, like I'm like, oh, kid's smart. You know what I'm saying? Because he's bringing to that, not he's bringing to reggaeton, to that industry, what's already been happening here in hip hop, and it sounds fresh. So trust me, I know what you're saying. But if I'm gonna, me knowing where it comes from, I'm just like, well, it is really him. But to the Spanish industry, yes. And that's why I say he's a student of the game. Like, this man for sure. And that's why, again, credit where credit is due. I'm not trying to take away anything from him. I'm also I want to make sure that there's room for honesty to breathe, in the sense of like, honesty would have me say like, well, I know he's not the inventor of what he's done in the music industry, like overall, right? Mm-hmm. And then secondly, honesty to breathe in the sense of like, he's also did things that just, again, in the times that we're living in, are like boosters, like, oh yeah, we love to see that, you know, the virtual signal of things, like, oh yes, you know, because you know LGBTQ is oppressed, so and thank you for, you know what I'm saying, like that was part of the conversation, you know what I'm saying.
But also,
so it's convenient when you're making these moves at the time, and I'm not knocking him.
No.
I'm just saying that's what he did.
I'm just gonna give you
in the right
example.
time.
Eminem dressed as a girl, and
no, 100%. But they said the same thing about him, though. You get that, right? They did say the same thing about him.
Eminem is Eminem.
But they said the same thing.
He's number one. But that's what I'm saying. Like,
but when
this is a common theme
100%
of trying to discredit somebody.
I don't know if it's about like, discrediting.
Not discrediting, but almost trying to diminish the influence of somebody in culture, to saying, well, yeah, he's gotten there, but he sold his soul because he dressed up as a girl and he did this and he did that. So that's the only reason, you know, it's a ritual, you know, the Illuminati, you know, fucking.
So,
and it's like,
I think, okay, hold on. I think where I'm going to tell you where you can actually separate all this. And I think this is what we're failing to even. I think if you would have stopped. Well, no, I'll put it like this. Actually, because remember, before he even dressed as a girl in his videos and all that stuff, or even on the show that he did, he was already painting his nails, wearing those like long dress shirts that even gay hip hop artists were wearing. So again, like that's one thing. But even that is like, I'm not gonna pretend like that's the same as something like Eddie Murphy or Martin Lawrence.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, for the sake of a show and a story, we're doing this. I don't think they do their comedy bits dressed that way. That would be the same thing. So let's not pretend like that's the same thing. Now.
I mean, but
hold on.
Okay.
And then, but let's just say if we did put them in the same category, right? Like, oh, well, they both dressed, whatever.
Yeah.
None of them, even Eminem, were kissing guys on stage, like that, and that's just a fact.
They offer you $5 million.
Well, no, again, hey, listen to me.
Okay, but
listen to me.
But now you're raising the bar. It's like, well, these guys dressed as girls, but nobody kissed them.
Well, no, but that is the truth. Is my whole point.
It's like,
and probably again due to the moment. Hold on, let me get to his comments. He said, "I bet he'll stay in PR that day." I'm curious as to what that was. I'm not bad. I should have been keeping up with this.
That's all good.
Did y'all see Bad Bunny and Happy Gilmore 2? No, yeah. I want to see Happy Gilmore 2.
Great.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, man. Adam Sandler.
He plays a caddy.
Oh, I heard.
Hilarious.
He's laughing. Discredit them all, bad. Baby. Right. We're knocking them all down. No. No, but what was I saying? Jesus. I kind of went on a rant there.
No, we were just talking about how they dress up.
But yeah,
him kissing somebody.
That is separate. And I would say probably also, again, due to the time, right? Like he did it in a time where that was the hyperbole conversation that we had. You know what I mean? Again, he's strategically doing things. I'm not even trying to, again, I'm not saying it in a way. I'm not trying to say necessarily that that discredits him from any success he's had. Again, this is more of like just stating the truth about it. You know what I'm saying? So like, look, the man is successful, and you know, shout out to him like for being successful. Power to him, you know, to hopefully, and because I even told this to somebody else the other day. I'm like, hey, look, he did all that, but look what he's able to do now. So maybe, and again, I'm not even God. So like, let's just that's another part of the conversation.
Yeah, but we're just giving our opinion.
Yeah, I'm just giving my opinion. But like,
this is what podcasts are.
That's what podcasts are, right? Yeah. So just, you know, so again, I'm not saying this. Like, just even clarify this. I'm not saying this that like, whether any of that was a sin or not or whatever in God's, that's not for me to like. That's not my conversation here. My conversation here is the man clearly made these moves, whatever, and it is what it is. But look where he's at now.
Yeah.
Right. Again, he's now in that he passed that threshold that for whatever reason other talented artists didn't pass. Again, and maybe it was what I'm mentioning. I don't know if it was, but I can see why people think that and say that. Is what I'm trying to say. But also, like, let's not discount the fact that the man is not credited. He's skilled, like he's talented, he's gifted. You know what I'm saying? Like he's really great at what he does. So maybe it's both. You get what I'm saying? Like maybe there's room for both of those truths.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
both things can be true.
You know what I mean? But look what he's doing now. You know what I mean? And
I was reading a book. There's a great book written by Derek Thompson, If you guys are interested, it's written by Derek Thompson. It's called Hitmakers, and it literally goes through the history of hits throughout just urban music, but it also goes into classical music. Why Beethoven's music was so was so iconic 200 years, like even after he died. You know what I'm saying? Like why all of those music pieces were so influential in culture even after these individuals died. They even talk about Justin Bieber. They even talk about, you know what I'm saying? They go into like recent culture of how to make it, not how to make a hit, but more so what makes a hit. And really the base of it is familiarity. Humans like familiarity. And I think what Bad Bunny offered was what we were talking about, familiarity in regards to, hey, we heard this in the English version.
Yes.
How would it sound in the Spanish version? Nobody has done it. Kanye don't sound like this. This guy don't sound like this. We seen the Yandel don't sound like this. They're doing really reggaeton to the roots, to the core. Like they're very old school with it. There's really nobody representing the youth. Oh my God, this guy sounds like a future Spanish guy. So, you know, he takes off. He, you know, then he starts mixing in the Travis Scott type sounds, and he starts mixing up all of these sounds. And so now you're like, oh my God, this guy's a genius. He figured out how to incorporate all of these sounds that we're familiar with in the English culture and put it in the Spanish, in the Spanish sense. And I think that's what made him skyrocket, along with the controversies of dressing up as a girl, whatever. People thinking he's bisexual, but then he's in courts, but then he's on courtside with Kendall Jenner. You know what I'm saying? And he's talking about effing chicks.
He's with the right people. But that's, you know what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm saying. But then
power
moves, and then also appearing in Happy Gilmore, but then also doing, you know, representing our culture, and then doing a residency in Puerto Rico, who nobody has done, who's literally raising the economy. So there's even politicians I see on podcasts recently in Puerto Rico that are trying to give him pushback. Oh, well, he's not doing, his music is not good for children, and this and this and that. It's like this old school mentality. But it's like, bro, he's raising the economy there, bro.
I mean, look,
you guys can't even finish paving the road for half of these places in Puerto Rico. So I don't want to hear you that your biggest gripe is because Bad Bunny is freaking, you know, whatever he's saying on stage.
As if he's the only, like,
you can't even pave the pavement that your people are riding on every day to get to work and trying to make the economy run. So that's kind of where I'm at, where it's like you need to pick your battles, where it's like it's easy to just pick on an artist because whatever, he does some controversial shit. But what artist that wasn't big was controversial? Fucking the Beatles were controversial.
That's true.
You get what I'm saying? Like every big artist is controversial, and you gotta have a little bit of that. Well, that's a whole nother can of worms. That's a whole other can of worms. You went deep on that. That's a whole other can of worms. But I think there has to be a little crazy in an artist for them to get to a certain level. And I'm not saying, hey, there's not a little deviousness to it, because I mean, you look at Lil Nas X, and you look at his career and how him trying to be a little devious backfired. People were like, no. This is clearly a line. This is too weird. You get what I'm saying? So there's clearly a line. You look at how his career ended up, and it's like you don't hear nothing from him. Why? Because people have literally shunned him. You're stripping for the devil, and you're making devil shoes, and you're playing into your bullshit too much.
Too much. You went too far.
You went too far, and you're messing with people's emotions. You're really pulling on their heartstrings and their beliefs. So that's where I see that's a good example of somebody who's trying to capitalize on controversy, whereas you see an artist like a Bad Bunny who's like, I'm just gonna poke the bear a little bit, but then I'm gonna pull back and I'm gonna still show you guys that I'm about you guys.
Do you think this is gonna be a little bit going now, veered off a bit, just a bit, because I'm gonna come back. I still want to come back, but because I'm thinking about what you're saying about Lil Nas X. Do you think it's that? Oh, and actually, before I say anything, for those on IG, just know that IG only has me able to go live for about an hour, and right now we're at the 50-minute mark.
You're on 10 minutes.
You're on 10 minutes. So if you want to keep stay tuned. Is there a way to re-upload it? I wish there was. Unfortunately, not.
Extended?
No, I
logged off and then logged back in.
No, we didn't. We just kept it running. But I'll just say right here, Il Divino Vega. You go on YouTube, you type that in. You'll see this face in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, go on YouTube, man.
You know
I mean, you'll probably see an ad or two, but you'll be able to hop on and
at least that vibe with us. And if not, looking real sharp.
Ooh, looking clean. Looking clean. Thanks to AQ.
AQ, man. Shout out to AQ for the hit shop. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We making moves here, man. Let's see. Hold on.
Concha Lashes on YouTube.
he was hilarious. There we go, more. Logan and Jake Paul are two
PR building that economy.
That's true.
That's true too.
We're gonna get to that too. We're gonna get to that discussion for sure.
Hey yo, get your asses to YouTube for sure.
Yeah. So again,
Bean
Zone. Shout out my brother, man. That's my boy right there. Again, just click that in YouTube. Type that in, you'll find me. So. Do you think he was capitalizing on what was happening, or again, do you think that there's a force at move there, meaning let's try pushing the envelope just a little bit more now again, and let's keep pushing the envelope a little bit more, and then keep what I'm saying, to see where people are willing to let it go. And he's just one of those pawns in that to see, hey, let's see how far people are willing to accept what we actually deem to be the, I don't know, gospel truth,
right?
Type thing.
I think it's a mixture of that. I think it's also poking the bear, trolling, but also I think there is a level of machismo in the Latin community where it's you see somebody gay or somebody doing something weird or bisexual, and it's I'm not, ¿qué está haciendo este tipo? Yo no entiendo. Eso no es. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of machismo in Puerto Rican culture specifically, on the island. So it's hard for people to really accept some of that stuff, and it is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But I think it's also a little bit trolly, and if I get more engagement off of people getting trolled and me doing weird shit,
right,
I'm gonna lean into it. The more you tell me no, that's not cool, the more I'm gonna be middle fingers up. I'm gonna keep doing it. M is a perfect example of that. I mean,
he was successful though.
Yeah, but so is Bad Bunny.
That's weird. No. But I'm talking about Lil Nas X.
Oh yeah, no.
That's what I was referring to. I'm not talking about Bad Bunny anymore.
I think the difference.
To Lil Nas X thing.
So yeah.
Because or Eminem, you saying?
No.
Or Lil Nas X?
Yeah.
Well, that was after actually.
Well, with Lil Nas
X thing happened after the Bad Bunny controversy.
I think the difference with him is that he actually went super confident in saying, "Hey, I'm gay. This is where I'm at. This is my sexual preference."
That's one thing,
right?
And it's a whole other thing to do what he did in those music videos.
And that's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? So what do you think? I guess I'm pointing to that. What do you think that was?
But here's the thing.
Yeah. Do you not think that was him pushing the envelope?
Yeah, 100%. I think. But what I'm leading to
where's
is
the line for these guys?
Not just saying, "Hey, I'm gay. This is who I am. This is who I am as an artist."
Because nobody, I think, really even cares about that anymore. To be honest, nobody should. To be honest,
you coming out, that's not a big.
It's not a big deal
in 2025.
Let's not pretend like it is.
That's not. People saying, "Oh, you're brave." No. It's accepted in most communities.
Yeah.
It's accepted. People don't care.
Yeah, people really
I don't care. I don't care what your preference is. But I think in hip hop culture, when you do that, and then also you're also trolling us, and you're like, nah, boo boo, I'm also gay and I worship the devil and I do all of this weird shit, and you're also exposing our children to this stuff, that's where things start becoming murky. Now it's like, well, what are you doing? Are you trying to represent the LGBTQ community and you're trying to like be a ambassador of it, or are you just trolling us and you're trying to expose our kids to some weird shit that we don't agree to, that it should be like an individual conversation with our kids? This is, so when you start crossing those boundaries, I think that's where you get in a murky place where you turn your general audience off.
Right.
And the audience is like, look, bro, I'm not into this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's not just one occasion, it was 2 occasions. It was like 2 videos where you're like trying to play into this bullshit.
And not just him though. Not just him. There was other artists that were doing the same thing around the same time.
But I think him at a grand scale, with him, being successful on TikTok and having a large young following, is where people where people were like, hey, I don't want my kids listening to this shit. Right. What the fuck? Yeah. So you get what I'm saying? That turned everybody off. Whereas a Bad Bunny dressing up as a girl and doing weird shit, it's like, whatever. Kids can turn it off, but there's still young adults and there's still got people our age who's like, I fuck with this. This is kind of weird, but hey, this is kind of funny. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he got boobs on or whatever, and he's dressed as a girl. Like, this is kind of funny. That shit was funny. Yeah. So, funny. Yo pendejo sola, you know what I'm saying? It's funny, bro. It's like, what the hell?
I think the only reason that got as much pushback as it did, I think it was also just, again, it's the time.
Right.
Like, the timing was off. Like, in the sense of, like, it's one thing, like, again, you're right. Someone like Am has done something like that, or like, your whatever, Martin Lawrence and something like that. I think it was timing. I think like if that whole transgender thing wasn't an issue, a hot topic, I don't think it would have been as like publicized as it was. It would have been taken as the joke for what it was, in the sense of like just playing banter, you know what I'm saying? Just banter. I think it was like the timing of it that people thought, again, because of the things like Lil Nas X and, what I'm saying, there's so many things happening that make you like, okay, what's happening right now? What's going on? Why is it this over like?
And there's a lot of symbolism within that. But I mean,
so I think that's what happened. So like, and I say that to defend him in a sense. Like, I feel like people just, again, due to because I don't want to. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I don't want to make it seem like people didn't have a right to be sensitive over it, because I get why they were sensitive.
Right.
It's the times of things. And when they saw that, they thought, oh, you're just another one of these people that are part of that agenda.
Right.
And I don't think, I personally don't know if that was it. So I don't, what I'm saying? Like,
I think people, maybe this is me, what I'm saying? Maybe, again, I'm just speaking from my own perspective, but I think people look too deep into shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to.
It's hard not to, though.
It's hard not to.
But I get you, trust me, because I do feel like sometimes
honestly,
it's like you're going
not
too
that deep. Sometimes it's just funny. Sometimes it's just I want to be weird. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's like I want to be artistic, and it's a free form of artistic expression, and it can be interpreted however you want it.
Yep.
And if you think it's some demonic shit, or you think somebody is worshiping, whatever, that's your prerogative. I just think people look too deep into certain things, when in the grand picture of things, this guy is doing a lot of good for our community and is doing good for our island. And is
what if somebody argues this towards you, though? And this isn't my argument, but this is, I do this. I play devil's advocate. As you're saying things,
that's fine.
I think good. Other things.
It's good. It's good for debate.
Yeah. And what if somebody were to tell you like that is the disguise? What if somebody were to tell you the good acts are the disguise, so that you put your guard down to the over, you know what I'm saying? Like the real message is the perversion of things. The acts of good deeds is the smokescreen, so that you're put your guard down and aren't so concerned. Oh, like, oh, he's a good guy. He's doing good things, but he's actually also doing bad things.
Dude,
because I'll say this, and then you tell me.
Go ahead.
Because what if, again, you could look at somebody like Pablo Escobar.
Yeah.
He did a lot of good.
Did
a lot of good for his community, but he killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, like, again, does good deeds, should that be your, that's the end all be all, and that covers you for whatever else you do? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. What do you think about that?
I mean,
and again, I have a position. I'm just
for sure. You're just playing devil's advocate. Yeah. But I think you could say that for anything in life. You look at America. There's a lot of good at America. The land of the free. You could speak your mind. We can have conversations like this.
Right.
But we're also bombing the shit out of people. You get what I'm saying? We're throwing fucking drone strikes, and we're just bombing the shit out of. Hey, this guy said he was gonna bomb us. All right, we're gonna bomb them before they bomb us. Type shit. You know what I'm saying? So there's always a what is it, a duality.
The duality of things.
There is a duality to
duality
everything.
And complexity.
If you want to look deep and go down the rabbit hole, yes, you can go down the rabbit hole. You know, you can say 9/11 was a ploy, and then you could say, hey, the real people died in 9/11, and there was two planes that hit the building, and I've seen it with my own eyes, right? So you can go either way. Anything that you want to look into, there's access to, especially with the internet now. So it all depends on what your belief system is and where you stand in things. I think there's bigger things to be concerned about. I think there's bigger things that we should be united about, and a bigger scale in terms of what affects our communities, who we're hiring as politicians to control certain policies for our communities. I think those things are a lot more important than focusing on what Bad Bunny is trying to do on a video and whatever, and your kids being exposed to it. Like, you know, there's a lot more worse things on Netflix that your kids can be exposed to.
And honestly, I would argue that sounds like a you problem, not a him problem. You know what I mean? Like, that's your job as a parent to determine what your kids are watching. If your kids are if you're allowing your kids to watch, you know what I'm saying, whatever he's doing, that's on you.
And if controversy wasn't so appealing, people will stop doing it. But the fact that people keep viewing it, artists are gonna keep pushing the algorithm, that threshold.
They'll keep working the algorithms.
You know what I'm saying? You go on Instagram, there's women showing their boobs. You get what I'm saying? Because that's what the algorithm is feeding. You know what I'm saying? So there's you can go down a whole it's a never ending loop, bro. It's like living in a simulation. Like it's just never ending, bro. We can have this conversation for everything. I think it all depends on you and where you stand and where your threshold is. I get like, that. Hey, I think this is cool. This is kind of weird.
100%. I think you're
I'm
right.
gonna fall back on that
On an individual level.
But I like these 7 songs off this album, and these are the songs I'm gonna vibe to. I'm gonna put in my playlist. And
you should be able to, as an individual, compartmentalize and be able to all right, well, I like this. I don't care what he does there. That's not me. That, you know, whatever. Shun that away. But this is what I like. 100%. I agree with that.
And the beautiful thing about living in 2025 is that you have that option. When we were growing up, we didn't have that option. You bought a CD, that's what you got. You couldn't pick what songs. You had to skip to the song. You know what I'm saying? To get to the song that you wanted to listen to. Now you could just add to your playlist. You don't even have to listen to the whole album if you don't want to. If it's too weird, if it's too, whatever it is, you have the option of picking out what you want. There's so much flexibility in that for you to get angry about something, you really have to go out of your way to be like, well, I don't like this song. He said he was sucking some D, and I don't want my kid listening to this. And it's like, bro,
Shout out Kanye.
you know what I'm saying? My cousin was, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, you could just shut it off, or you could just not add it to your playlist, or you could just skip to the next song, my G, and just move on with your life. So I think now there's so much flexibility in that for me, when we have these discussions, it boggles my mind that people are still thinking in these, like, well, you go down this conspiracy and you go down this rabbit hole, and it may be the Illuminati and the fact that they're praising it. It's like, bro, it's not that deep. Like, you could really just disconnect.
Believe everything you see.
I would tell you
this. You can disconnect and just be like, hey, I just like these 5 songs. I'm gonna keep it pushing.
That's true. I think that's the truth about it, is you have more control over what you really consume, and what you allow even your kids to consume than you had before. That's a fact. And I would argue there's the market is so vast that, like, if you're struggling to find, whether it's artists or TV entertainment or movie, like, then you're just not doing, like, you're just not doing your work. Like, it's not even that hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's literally a movie and a TV show and a song for everybody. Like, that's just a fact. The market is so vast right now that if you really haven't found artists that are more in your niche of what you prefer to listen to, then like shame on you. If you haven't found movies that are more in your niche, shame on you again, because like there's just so much right now that you really can't complain about there not being something for you. I think I would if I'm gonna leave openness to there, what I would say is I would probably say I think I prefer people be conspiratorial.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel that means that they're more open-minded than people that are just closed-minded and sheep following whatever they're told, right? If I had to deal with any extreme,
for sure,
I'd rather the extreme be the I'm open to so much information that I've gone down this rabbit hole. At least that shows me like, oh, okay, you're willing to think, rather than people that are just like, nothing's wrong, nothing's going on, you know what I'm saying? Like, or no, they told us this. It's what it's what they said. This is what it is.
No, but I mean, there's a lot of people also that exist that be like, I don't know what's going on. I just know that little Timmy needs to go to school this month, and that's all I'm worried about.
Timmy,
you get what I'm saying? Little Timmy, little Jimmy, little whatever. You know what I'm saying? So there's people that really just they're oblivious because they got real shit going on.
No, but okay,
you get what I'm saying?
True,
so it's not the fact that they're sheep,
but
it could just be like,
I think real shit though sometimes coincides with that though, right? Like, okay, so for instance, again, and this is me. This is what I do, bro.
Yeah.
Imagine people that are deep into spirituality, right? And again, I still subscribe to the idea like, well, then just don't listen to the people or don't watch, whatever. Yeah. That this is the world we live in. There's so much to consume. But I guess I can get the argument if your zeal and your passion is in that which is righteous, and I can see why your concern is for that which you fear does corrupt, even if it is in the likes of someone like Bad Bunny or anybody else of that caliber, right? Because music is influential, movies are influential, TV entertainment is influential, culture is culture because it's influential. So I can see why people do have certain like guards or certain I guess you could say criticisms of such platforms or such artists or of whatever caliber on each platform that they're in. I get why it exists, as long and if I see that it's coming from there, I would say, because that I understand. I can understand why you are hesitant and skeptical of, let's say, Bad Bunny being the propped up savior. This is who we want to consider the savior, right? Like, I can see if that's what their concern is. Like, this is the person we're putting up on the pedestal to be savior. And granted, if they haven't done it, good for you. Like, you should put nobody on such a pedestal, right? Because nobody really is worthy of such a pedestal. But unfortunately, that is the society we live in. We place people on pedestals when they're not. None of them are worthy. Even if they do good, you're still not worthy to be savior. Like, there's really only one savior in my book. You know what I mean?
Right.
But let's just say, like, for the sense of like people that are just afraid of that, like, because again, and it's not just Bad Bunny, obviously you can put anybody that people have propped up in a pedestal of heroism, whatever. And not to say, again, it's not to take away what good they have done,
right?
But the fact that they're placed there, and we live in this, and due to the machine of industry of entertainment industry, whatever, they decide what culture gets pushed forward and who gets propped up within that culture. So I can see the concern there is my whole point.
Right. But I think it's up to individuals to regulate
100%.
Who decide they want to prop up. I'm gonna give you an example.
Yeah.
We have a song called Fly With Me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unreleased. We're working on some new stuff. It's Jordan based.
I heard her today.
Okay.
Fire.
Jordan based. Thank you. Jordan based.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, thought the world of Jordan.
Why though?
But because of what I seen on the court.
Yeah.
Right? When he shot the fadeaway, Game 6, Utah Jazz, or Karl Malone. Nasty. I was watching cable.
Yep.
I was at my cousin's house. Yep. I already know where I was at. I can paint a picture for it. Right. But I never went to school with J's on my feet. Why? We couldn't afford it. Right. So I had Pippins. I had Ewings.
Yep.
But I never had J's. Shout out to Patrick Ewing.
Shout out to Ewing.
And the Patrick Ewings used to come with a little medal on there. I used to be like, yeah, I won that. In a competition. I was in kindergarten, bro. I was in preschool when I had that. Anyway, long story short, when I grew up, what Jordan meant to me, AQ, you are worthy.
He said, I'm not worthy.
He said, AQ, you are worthy.
I said, AQ, you are worthy.
So to the point, for me, Jordan didn't really mean much.
Yeah.
One, because I couldn't afford it.
Right.
Two, because I seen a lot of kids getting beat up and getting, and I say that in the song where where motherfuckers used to get killed for their Jordans.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So to me, there was a responsibility that I felt Jordan had to the younger community to be like, yo, what y'all doing?
Yeah.
But we never got that talk. I never got it in my community.
We definitely never.
Yeah. People used to get, I saw my uncle get beat up for his Bulls starter jacket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, dude.
Okay. So there's a lot of that's a lot to unpack there.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So there's things that you could choose to put on a pedestal depending on your experience to it.
Yeah.
Right. And what you choose to regulate and what you choose to expose yourself to. And for me, Jordan was never a positive thing in my life.
Okay, hold on.
Because I got bullied for it. And I got people beat up for it, and seeing people close to me get beat up for it.
So the reason I asked, though, you know, why did you look up to Jordan at one point, right?
Yeah.
Jordan, the man,
the player, yes,
the player, right?
100%.
Okay, I asked that because I feel again, there's a reason for that,
right?
You know,
right?
And I think it's important to separate that from the brand. You know what I mean? Now, but this is unfortunately.
So we're going down another route.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said, man, God, and that's why I said, damn, there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
Because there is, unfortunately, because the brand itself, and again, this is, damn.
But is it the brand or the? So that's where I say all of that to say, I never saw a clip or back in the day there weren't. YouTube didn't exist. None of the social media stuff didn't exist. So, you would watch on cable. I didn't see an interview where Jordan was taking accountability and saying, hey, you know what? I'm sorry for these kids getting killed or getting jumped for these J's. Let me make them more affordable. Let me do this. Let me do X, Y, Z. And maybe he didn't. Maybe I wasn't privy to it because I was so young. I don't know. But to me, it's like you can choose what things you can be, depending on who the person on the pedestal is. So for me, my experience wasn't too positive. And so I grew up and I never had really J's on my feet, man. The only time is like my brother would have J's and I'd be like, yo, can I use those? Those look kind of fly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I would use those. But me go out of my way and buy some J's? Never in the history of life. You get what I'm saying? So people going out of their way to be outraged about something Bad Bunny does or Lil Nas X or XYZ, fill in the blank. You're going out of your way, right? So I think it's like out of sight, out of mind. You know what? I didn't like this experience. It didn't really sit well with me. I'm not going to support it. I'm going to move this way.
Yeah.
And I feel like nowadays we have the option more so, whereas when we were younger, growing up, watching Michael play, and you only had 30-something cable channels, and it's like, this is what I'm here to watch, and I see Jordan on.
Well, don't you think that can go both ways, though? Don't you think it could be that because it was so more exclusive before, it was actually harder to come across shit, where now it's easy to come across things, so it's actually easier to, what I'm saying, I guess, be corrupted by whatever's out there compared to where, like, you had to have cable to watch that, or you had to have TV to even watch that. You had to, you know what I mean? Like,
it's a gift and a curse.
It's a gift and a curse.
I think it's a curse because you have so many opinions and you have so many people steering you in so many different directions. It's a gift because you have options of what you want to like, and
100%.
you can tailor everything and the algorithm to what your tastes are. And you could choose what you want to see.
So I would even say this though, and this is what I was gonna even go back to before. I was gonna say, I gotta go to the comment section. Hold on.
Hey man, it's getting lit.
Prince said, don't blame Jordan. Jordan talked to me. I didn't pass the word.
To me, I didn't pass the word.
I
don't get that. Maybe there's something there that spelling wise.
Yeah. Okay.
Cute running back.
Niggas can't afford Jordan for an interview. I always rap Bulls as a kid, but it depends where you was living too. Yeah,
correct.
100%.
So that's my
focus on ball. He rarely interviewed about basketball, let alone anything
outside of it.
No, you're right. That's
a
goes
good
to your point of like.
But that goes to my point, where people would say, "Hey, is it Jordan's responsility for him to address what's going on with people?"
And I was gonna actually. That's what I was gonna tackle right now because I felt like.
Yeah, dude. They're throwing dildos.
This might be the segment for that. Who knows?
Yeah. Anyway,
but
we'll touch that in
a second. Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
No, that's great. We're gonna segue there probably soon. But what I would say is like that was the point I was gonna bring up. Actually,
we're in basketball.
We are in
area,
basketball, so we might as well get there. The fact that like I don't think it was on him in the same way that like even right now where you're saying as much as there's so much to consume and so much information, it's also within the individual's responsibility and or at the very least even actual parental responsibility to make sure you're steering and guiding your kids into what they should be consuming, they should watch, and how they should be thinking, how they should consume what's, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, and in that same manner, that should have been the status quo even then.
Right.
When it comes to the Jordan issue, what because you were mentioning. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, right. We're gonna black out for a second, and
we gotta replace the battery.
We got
batteries. We
got battery issues here.
Matter of fact,
hold on. In the meantime, what I can do.
They can still hear you, right?
Yeah, they can still hear me. But in the meantime, what I can do.
We'll play something.
Yeah, we'll play. Oh, oops, tweaking.
Gives me a chance to get a beer.
Right.
Back.
We're back.
Are you?
Oh, there we are. Yeah, we're back. Okay, cool.
I'll get you one.
Oh,
appreciate it. We got our correspondent. We got our studio correspondent. So I was gonna say that same manner. I feel yes. In that same manner, I feel like, as parents, we are responsible now for how their kids consume and what they consume, whatever, and all that, and what's happening out in the streets. Culturally, I feel like that's also a thing. Like that, I feel like I personally, this is my opinion. I don't think the responsibility was ever Michael Jordan's to begin with, because it's like you can't. Oh, okay, we got our studio corresponders.
We got AI serving us beer.
We're bringing the bottle opener now. We got unfortunately these AI robots they're still
beta
malfunctioning a bit.
Beta. We got the beta version.
We're in the beta program.
Thank you, brother.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that. Like, where else did you get this except at the hit shop? You know what I'm saying?
The chop shop.
The chop shop. Here we are. So again, I feel like it was never Jordan's responsibility. You can't blame him for like wanting to better himself with his brand, his own self, his family, and it's not like, let's not pretend like he hasn't done things for the community with that money. And again, which goes back to that, although this for sure is way different than like I guess a Bad Bunny thing, but nonetheless, my whole point is like what he did with that can't be overlooked either. But I think as far as like the violence that did occur, because you're right, that it's like we can't pretend like it wasn't a thing.
Yeah,
motherfuckers were getting stomped out for their Jordans, or for like, again, like you said, they're the first edition, jerseys and shit of that nature. Like, and still can happen to this day. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
That's not an onus on him. That's an onus on just us,
right?
Culture. Whether that's whether you want to break it down on to the city or even deeper, like on or smaller, like family level. How are you raising your kids? What did you come up in? Whatever. There's so much to unpack there that I just feel like I'm not so sure Jordan was ever the sole reason.
responsible
yeah.
And I get that. And what I say about that, the relatability to what our whole conversation is, I didn't really take it like, oh, he owed me an explanation. It was more so like, hey, I've had such a negative experience with this stuff.
You took it on yourself.
That too. Name brand stuff and just like the whole like
I wish I could say
stuff
the same, but
was not for me.
Yeah.
It was because it represented something negative in my life. So I just distanced myself from it. And I bought Vans and I bought New Balances and other shit.
Played it safe.
Yeah, playing it. Or not even playing it safe.
Adidas was like
Adidas,
Reebok.
You know what I'm saying? Because Run DMC at the time, and that was a big thing. Adidas was a big
British Knights.
Pro Wings. If you went to Payless.
LA
Gear. You know what I'm saying? So
Shaqs.
Yeah, Shaqs. But my
Treehorn. I remember my real ones in the trenches know about that.
I remember I went to school with Pippins on, and this girl she always had J's on her feet.
Yeah.
She was a big Jordan fan.
Yeah.
And she would be like, she noticed quickly, like, oh, Kenny, you got Pippins on?
Yeah.
Oh shit. You know what I'm saying? So so even having Pippins, like I was like, no, I'm gonna go against the grain and I'm gonna support the supporting player. You know what I'm saying? Because this negative connotation. So even then I had a choice.
Yeah.
And the choices were very slim because we didn't have the options we have now. So what I'm saying is, for you to be outraged at something now where the palette of your taste and the algorithm is so vast that you're really going out of your way, right? Whether you're spiritual, whether you have a belief, whether there's things that you really deeply believe in that, hey, I don't think this is of God, or I don't think this is of of a higher being. I don't think they will approve of this. You're really going out of your way to see those things and to embrace those things into your conversation. And really, if you're about God and you're about something of a higher power, then you should be pushing that more than what other artists or other people are doing.
Yeah.
I think your job is to oh shit, we went out.
We went out. Was that battery charged, the one you put in there? If not, in the meantime, we could
the audio's still going.
Hold on.
Technical difficulties. In the meantime, we could use this one, I guess. Or hold on, let's see.
It'll be quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna get that dummy battery.
Okay.
Bean Son said, we gotta remember everything changed when Jordan's father was murdered. We wasn't really talking to no one outside of his small circle.
Big facts. That's
right.
True. That's
right.
True.
I mean, and so that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like we're back. By the way,
wait until he signed with NBC this year to be an ambassador.
NBA and NBC.
Yep. You're right.
Sure.
You're right.
For sure.
I'd say Nike should have said something right.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
I can see that. Yeah, because Jordan had to focus on what he was doing.
I
You're
remember
right.
my father bought me some Shaqs and I threw them out.
Told his ass, if you're gonna budget, get me some Iversons.
Iversons were cold.
Hey, the Iversons were cold. Hold on. Hey, something happening here. What's going on here?
Okay, we're back. We're back. We're still going.
You know what I'm saying? Hey,
but
we're a growing channel. You know what I'm saying? We're
technical difference. We're using a new camera, so we're trying to give you guys a good experience.
That's
so
but
I'm saying, like, now you're really going out of your way to be angry at something, and I think if I'm not a super spiritual person, but if we look at the history of just who Jesus was, Jesus pushed the good word forward. Whether it's prostitutes, criminals, bad people, he sat with them and he said, hey, you got options. You ain't got to live this life.
Right.
So, I think when people focus on more of the negative and they go down these rabbit holes, you're really choosing to go down this. and you're choosing to be outraged about something that really has nothing to do with you, if your choice is to live a righteous path.
I hear you.
Right? So that's kind of where I'm at with it, is just like, what's the point? Oh, okay, you're highlighting something that probably everybody knows, but that's not gonna stop the views or controversy of this. Has been through the history of humanity.
What if
any artist?
What if they told you though? Because again, this is me playing, and actually this is going to lead to my next. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of falling short of a segue that I was about to use, because you said people go out of your way, and I was say, do you think that could be said about those guys who threw the dildo on the
WWE? They're definitely going out of their way. If you're throwing a dildo on the court, that's crazy.
But it's crazy, and I'm gonna use this to like. I think actually we can capitalize on both conversations
for sure.
Because your argument, or at least the point you're making, is that you think, and you think right now you're specifying, and I'm sure you it's probably more generalized than this, but I'm right. Right at the moment you're specifying those who are spiritual or probably in a certain belief, that rather than focusing on negative, to possibly just stay focused on the message of the Gospels. I would assume what you were saying, right? Exactly. Or whatever
exactly that. Whatever your belief system is.
Right. Okay. So let's just say though, two things, right? And then I'm gonna try and bring this back in with the WNBA thing, right?
See how you get there.
I'm really my mind is like, all right, I gotta do this. Two things I guess I'll say. One is, so maybe there's a two-part question I should say. The first question regarding what you initially were saying, or to the initial conversation, is that what if the reason let's say their reason for doing what they believe is right in their perspective is, we are here now because we've been doing what you're subscribing us to, because we shouldn't be focused on culture. This is why the culture has gone the way it's gone, because we weren't voicing I guess our beliefs to that regard.
Our disagreement,
you know what I'm saying?
What's going on.
And because of that now we're here, right? And to the second point on top of that would also then be to the WNBA point, is like, I just think it's even possibly too hard to say that that's not the move, because we clearly live in a time where it seems like people have a thing to say about anything and everything nowadays, to the point where they're throwing dildos on a basketball court. You know what I'm saying? And
that's never not gonna be funny.
Which is never not gonna be funny, because it's just like, wow.
Bro, they had bets on DraftKings on what color the dildo was gonna be, bro.
Let's just skip the
Look, let's just skip the WNBA dildo
talk. Hold on. We're not gonna stay stuck in the dildo part. It's just funny to mention.
We might be stuck. Pun intended.
Oh shit. Oh. So, but I feel like even that occurring when it did, I feel like if I don't know, and this could be me. I don't know. I don't know why the dildo ended up on the court, but if I had to assume why it ended up on the court, timing is everything.
Yeah.
Right. And there's two reasons why it could have been on the court. But to stay on topic with what we're discussing, I'm just gonna mention the one thing, and I feel like it's because it was that whole T-shirt thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we deserve what we should get paid. And the next thing you know, a week down the line, dildo on the court. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know if there's any correlation there, but if I had to assume why that ended up on there, I would have to assume that's what it was. Because it was like, it made a pretty. Oh!
bro. There were suction cup, boing,
right.
like pink, purple, like it was fucking hilarious, bro. I can't even front, bro. That shit was.
The caption said, "Not again."
AQ.
yeah. Oh man, all right. I'm gonna try
hilarious.
to keep this PG-13, guys.
Oh, somebody put 4 eggplants. 3
Yeah.
eggplants. Oh, that's hilarious.
But if I had to assume, I would assume that's a correlation because I just don't know. Like all the other speculations I've heard don't make sense to me. Like,
but here's the thing. So to your argument of like, oh, people trying to combat evil with good because if we shut up, evil will thrive, and if we don't speak our, I feel like, bro, you know, good and bad is always going to exist, no matter how much you try. No matter how much you try to voice your opinion, good and bad is always, you know. Jesus had the devil.
Do you think you should rather shut up than not say anything?
No. You should definitely speak your mind.
But I agree with you. Let me just point that out too. Like I'm more of the mindset that I do believe focus on the gospel.
For sure.
Focus on that. Don't
dwell on the
people
negative.
already know what's negative.
Address it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Definitely show, hey, this is what's going on, and this is where I feel like it should go.
Yeah.
But to dwell on it or
to
be
don't let it consume you.
Yeah, to be like, this is what it is, and you know, if you have an unshakable thing, it's hard for me to relate to those type of people because then it shows me that you're not open to other perspectives. And just really moving away from certain things because some things don't deserve that energy. I feel like there's bigger things at hand playing.
I always feel like people that do too much of that are like missing the point.
Yeah, there's a bigger picture at hand.
There's a bigger picture. And I would argue like, they'll argue like, oh, but Jesus had zeal. And I'm like, yeah, but actually look at who he had zeal towards mostly, right? Yeah. And it's like, whenever he like snapped off, it was against those that were actually that consider themselves religious.
Right.
Like, and not that they were being too religious, but that they were being fake religious.
Right.
The people he was most angry with in the Bible are those that pretended to be like righteous people, but here you are making my father's house a den of thieves.
Right.
You know, that's when he decided to bust out the cords and whip people out of the temple.
Right.
It's because they turned his father's house into a marketplace.
Yes.
Which he obviously disagreed with. Anytime he snapped off at anybody, it was against like the Pharisees or the Sadducees, which were what? Religious beings or people that proposed to be like righteous people, like holy. And it's like, but you're fake. That's the people he snapped against. He snapped against the people that were fake.
Right.
Whenever it came to people that were like just I guess sinners, like the rest of us, like all of us, it was. I mean, he kept it a buck with them, for sure. But that whole like attitude, you know, or like that righteous anger we would have was never in those scenarios, from what I could tell. Like at least the way I'm reading the scriptures, it was never like, oh, you know, you're going to hell type. Like it was some type. No, it was like, hey, this is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, I forgive you. You are forgiven. Like this is what I'm here for. This is my purpose. But like sin no more. Like this is what I'm here to take.
Let me show you the path.
Yeah, let me show you the path. That was his purpose, you know, like so like even for those people that use the whole like, oh, but look at his zeal, but his zeal was always against those that proposed to be children of God that clearly were not.
Right.
You know, that's where he was most upset, because it's like, you should know better, and this is what you're doing. Right. And matter of fact, he even says that, like, woe to he who knows the truth and still, like, you know what I mean?
And sometimes even the most broken people in our lives have the biggest faith.
Yeah.
It's not the people that are already comfortable in a good place.
Right.
It's usually the people that are broken, that have been through something, that have the biggest faith in
well, even when you look at
the higher power.
Even when you look at the guys that were chosen, you know what I'm saying? Like Moses, speech impediment, murderer, David, you know, womanized, they're not womanized, but like he clearly, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, has swag.
Has swag. He has swag. But you know what I'm saying? But man of God, you know what I'm saying? Like, or at least at a certain point that happened. Whatever, you know, but like clearly, Samson, same thing, you know what I'm saying? Like
God went for the people that, for me, like from all the stories that I've heard, I feel like God reached to the people that you would think would like would be the hardest to make a believer.
Right.
Oh yeah. Like
100%.
right. Like
and they had a lot of influence. So if
you're saying something that I was just about to get to.
Yeah, if I could break this guy, he has all this influence and all these followers. It just trickles down, like you were saying about social media and all that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you got a person that you know that's famous and whatever they do, you know, people follow. So I feel like that's what like God was doing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I feel like in that, like
I think because it speaks more volumes. If I can reach this guy,
then
everybody
else that follows him is gonna you know
follow suit.
Yeah,
no, 100%. I feel that's true. There's truth to that. I mean, even when you look at the fact that he used even pharaohs, you know, kings of different nations, you know, to do certain things, so that at a certain point were broken enough to realize, like, oh no, you know, like God is God, you know, just, you know what I'm saying, like things of that nature. So that's that. I 100% agree with you there. Was the whole point I was reaching at, is that I do agree with that. Again, this is me just being open to the I guess you could say the viewpoint of maybe like closed mouths don't get fed. Right. So like I have to say something. And it's like,
and that's cool, but it's like, how long are you gonna say it? Like,
how
long
long
are you gonna dwell?
How are you gonna
on this one subject? And it's like, okay, you voiced your opinion, and then what? Okay, maybe.
Well, yeah. How you following up? Like,
how you following up? Has things changed? If they haven't changed, and there's bigger fish to fry, what are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing? Is there another angle maybe you should approach it here?
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Yeah.
So that's just
or not, or like, here's the thing. I'll even say that, or maybe not. I don't, because
or
you know
maybe
what?
Not.
Because what do I know?
If you want to stay there,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's fine. But if that's your battle to fight,
and maybe that is your battle to fight.
Yeah.
Because what do I know, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's on you.
That's
but
on you. If that's what you feel.
But for me, from the outside looking in, there's bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, like there's more things.
I feel like there's more things that you can impact your community on. There's more things where, you know, homelessness is a huge thing.
Yeah.
There's so many other things.
Other things that we can do
the
to
youth,
tackle,
schools cutting art school and cutting art classes and cutting band and all of these other things. Like there's a lot of things that we can help the youth with, that you trying to, you know, what is it? Have some sort of stance against Lil Nas X is not. It's probably not a
shout out to you,
way.
brother. Appreciate you stopping through. Stay tuned. You know, a matter of fact, I need to get you on here at some point, because I actually used to work with him. He's a cool kid, or a cool guy. A kid. I'm saying, like, he's much younger than me. You know, we're about the same age. But no, you're right. I feel the same
that's
way,
just
like,
my point.
I feel like you shouldn't let something consume you so much that you end up losing focus of that which should be your more
that's just my point. That's
more I don't know, I forget the word.
More impactful.
Yeah, more impactful. Like, look for what actually impacts more.
Yeah.
Like, say something, sure, but then like what's really gonna make the impact that you're looking for.
Right. Dildos.
But like dildos. Like throwing a dildo on the court, apparently.
So you were touching on, before we started the podcast, on the shirts that the girls were wearing.
Right, which is, and I even slightly mentioned it now, that I feel like that's what the dildo was. I feel like it was a response to that, because again, coincidentally, that comes right after.
So what were the shirts saying? Do you remember?
And the shirt said something about, what was it, like, we should get paid.
Pay us what you owe us.
Pay us what you owe us. Yeah, pay us what you owe us.
Yeah,
pay us what you owe us. Which, again, that's saying a lot. We got our robot correspondent here. Refill. Like, throw it out. We got robot correspondent. We're doing big things here.
Bro. We got a new camera. We got an AI robot arm.
I keep forgetting the camera's up here. I keep looking. We got a lot of big things happening here.
So they had pay us what you owe us, which is kind of weird, because I think, like, my opinion.
Yeah, matter of fact, let me know what you think
if you want.
Yeah.
My opinion is, what? So okay, cool. Pay us.
What do they owe them? What do they owe them? Out of curiosity.
Okay, the WNBA owes them whatever viewers they're attracting, which is not much. Okay. Let's just be real. Who's watching the NBA, WNBA like that, bro? I went to Walmart and it had WNBA, the Chicago Sky gear, and I'm like, no offense, who's wearing this?
Lower the rim so they can dunk.
Something, bro, and it's not a like sexism thing. It's just a reality thing. Like WNBA, you watch it. I've watched it. I've been at work and they'll toss it on. You know, we'll watch the Chicago Sky play ball. You know what I'm saying? Like, cool, let's watch it. But it's not exciting. You know, it's just really not exciting. It's, you know, a lot of chicks just taking shots. Cool. You maybe one or two dunk. Cool, I'm with that. But the game is not as exciting. You look at the stands. The stands are not as filled up as regular NBA games. So
the reality is like
the reality is what it is.
It doesn't even make sense.
It's the easy cop out is to say, hey, it's sexism, whatever. You guys pay the guys more, and we're paid less. But it's like, well, what are you guys doing that are making the game exciting for us to watch? And if it's sexism, where are all the feminists that believe in girl power?
Why aren't they watching?
Why aren't they watching the game and supporting their fellow women? You get what I'm saying? So you can't play that double standard bullshit on this. Like it's either exciting or it ain't. And if it ain't, guess what? People ain't gonna watch, no matter what gender you are.
It's a thought, though.
You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's just, and you know, people go to the games, they want to troll, they throw dildos.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So, and it's kind of fun. If I was that WNBA, you know what I would do? I would lean into it.
Yeah,
I would lean into it. I would get a dildo sponsor. You get what I'm saying? Like, I would get a dildo sponsor. We'll get freaking jerseys, the color of the dildo. I would lean into it. I think it would be hilarious. I think it would draw more eyes to the game.
Yeah.
Like, these girls got a sense of humor. They know what it is. Like, and you know what I'm saying? And build off from there and go from there. And people will stop talking about the actual dildos being thrown in the court and start talking about the games being played and what they mean. You know what I'm saying? So I would lean into it. What does Pinson say?
He said, y'all ever see WNBA top 10 plays of the year? Layups and blocks. I can beat WNBA.
No, it's true. It's true. And it's true. It's true.
Rose sponsorship.
Get that Rose. Stop. That's a vibrator, sir. That is not a dildo. That is a vibrator. I know these things because I'm
why do you know these things, man? Talk to us a bit.
Hey, man. There were some women that are real. You know, hey, do you mind if I use this utility to help me get there?
Hey, whatever gets us there.
I'm gonna be doing me.
Right.
You do you.
Right.
Let's help each other get there. You know what I'm saying? So Rose is a vibrator, not a dildo. I just want to clarify that.
This is coming from our sex correspondent.
Yes. Sex ed. I have a master's in.
He said, "I know, cuz."
I have a master's. I just said it.
You just said it.
I have a master's.
No, okay. So
going on to a doctorate.
Right. Getting my doctorate.
PhD. Becoming a gynecologist.
Oh snap! Oh, I feel like personally, there's two things I think could be true here. I'm not so one. If that dildo thing was like a real thing, it was a response to that. I think personally, a part of me feels like it's fabricated, like in the sense like we need some sort of like controversy, so let's have somebody throw a dildo on the court because like. Why else? You know what I mean? Like, because even if I'm trying to like make sense of it by saying like it's the whole t-shirt thing, I just don't see how that plays into that. And on top of that, I've seen that the talking point that's being used right now from ESPN to like other sports networks revolving that are like, oh, it's saying something about like basketball WNBA players being lesbian and bisexual. They're already creating this like very controversial narrative. I just feel it was fake. I feel like there's actually a lot of things that's happened throughout the years, or especially around that topic, that is just fake, so that we can create this narrative, this topic, so that it's blown up more out of proportion than to create buzz, to create attention. I think that's what that was, honestly, because nothing else makes sense to me. Oh, I'm gonna just throw this dildo on the court because I don't.
You don't think it's just dudes trolling? It was like,
nah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that. I honestly don't think that. all these years, they could have done that. They do it now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not so sure there's a guy that actually. You know what I'm saying? Now, it is funny.
It's like being drunk as fuck. Let me throw this.
Yeah. No, you know what I'm saying? But think about this. It's kind of, this is what opened my eyes to this.
Fuck this game.
Yeah. Think about this, though. This guy, whoever it was, if this is true.
Sarah, give me your dildo.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, hey, I got to take my wife's dildo, or I got to go stop at a sex shop to buy this dildo.
So funny,
there's like so many things you'd have to do to make this happen. Unless it was not fabricated, but like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Then I think about I get what you're saying.
It's just,
like,
you know what I mean?
Like,
I'm gonna stop at this dildo shop, pick up this dildo, so I could throw it at a WNBA. That's too much.
But then I think about like soccer games in Europe and how they used to throw bananas to the black players in the fucking field.
But bananas are like not hard to come across.
Right, but
you can buy that at a grocery store.
Dude, dildos are not hard to come. You can Amazon a dildo to your crib.
That is not. That is also true. That is also true.
Dude, it's not hard.
That is also true.
No pun intended. It is not hard to get a dildo, bro.
If there's anybody investigating this, investigate who's buying green dildos on Amazon.
So all I'm saying is,
because if it happened that way, though.
So there's a racial undertone under that, right? And that used to happen in soccer games a lot.
Yeah,
like
true.
in Germany.
But I feel like people are just have readily bananas for them.
Right.
And they probably even sold them at the soccer games at the time.
But to be so racially charged that you go, fuck this team, I'm gonna throw a banana. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, and actually, crazy. Hold on.
That's crazy.
Here's the other thing, though. And granted, I don't really know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But if it did happen.
It did happen several times.
Do we know that was actually the reason why? You know what I mean? Or was it just speculated?
Nah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This is me, the devil's advocate side of me, just trying to create...
Okay, but even if it's speculative, the connotation of what you're doing when you're sending a banana to a black player that's in a soccer field, and when you look in the stands and it's primarily German people, right? Cheering their team on. What other conclusion? That makes me uncomfortable even talking about it. You get what I'm saying? Like, what other conclusion you can draw up to? You know what I'm saying? So,
okay, hold on. Has anybody bothered seeing what else? Now, because like now you're gonna send me down the rabbit hole, bro. Right. Now I gotta do my research here because again I had no clue about that.
Yeah, no, it's true.
But two, I then wonder like, all right, hold on. Was there any other time that a banana was thrown when it wasn't a black player and people are just overlooking that because this was just a bigger story? I don't know. I'm just saying.
From my experience, from the times I've seen it, it's been majorly the soccer.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I think people watch too much damn porn when they sexualize women. Like it's normal. You might be right. Who knows? Did y'all see the plays
prior?
What the hell?
Did y'all see the plays prior before the dildo was thrown? Buddy said, "You're playing with yourself." Oh damn, that's cold.
That is cold.
Pun intended.
Right. The fans are tired of missing.
That is true.
That is true. So okay, now back to that point. Like the reality is you're right. Like
so to your point, all I'm saying is I don't think a lot of stuff is like pre-planned or like, oh, let's create some. I think some stuff is just like,
okay, I'm gonna give you an example
on purpose.
Can I give you an example to what I say? What I'm saying again. At least to my perspective, and this is me going down to this conspiracy rabbit hole. I can admit.
You're going conspiracy.
That I can admit.
You're going conspiracy.
It just feels that whenever we want a certain type of attention, we're going to create something.
For sure.
Right? And there's just events throughout life that I just felt like that's just weird and it doesn't make sense.
100%.
biggest example that I can use in our home city, Gillette Smollett, or
Jussie Smollett.
Jussie Smollett. Smollett. Jussie Smollett. There you go. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to create this narrative because of what was happening at the time. It's going to create attention and buzz. So we're going to tackle two things at the same time. We're going to say he got attacked because he was gay.
Right.
And then not only was he attacked because he was gay, but he was attacked by two MAGA supporters.
Yeah.
In Chicago somehow.
In the middle of winter.
In the middle of winter. They really didn't think this went through.
Who's really going
in Chicago?
Going for a Subway sandwich. Like
yeah.
I like Subway.
Or in Chicago. Like there's no freaking MAGA supporters out here in Chicago like that. Not then. Maybe now. But not then. I can tell you that much.
Right.
And at those hours, ain't nobody in Chicago wearing MAGA hats.
Your ass is chapped.
Yeah.
Your ass is chapped. Just going down the block to get a Subway.
Yeah. You're not doing that. Matter of fact, you're not exactly. And then to the bigger point, you're not going to Subway at that time of the night during the winter. Your ass is chapped. It's cold as fuck out here.
You better be a gourmet sandwich.
You better be a gourmet sandwich.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Not for no fucking.
You say, hey, Germany apologized and changed their national anthem. They moved on from all that. All right, but
I don't know.
Well, hey, I don't know about Germany. We in America.
Right.
What I can say is that I just feel like in America, we've already seen things like that, where they're clearly able and ready to create these scenarios that'll hopefully
agendas.
Yeah,
sure.
agendas. You know what I'm saying? Because that was 100%. Clearly one of them. And it is not a coincidence 100%. That the man was in court saying, if I commit suicide in jail, it wasn't me. Because there was somebody clearly pulling some strings there that he was working for. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just
that's
not.
A lot of it's not past. And I get it. I don't blame people for thinking outside the box and having these conspiracy theories because we've been lied to before, even with bigger topics such as like, aliens and all this other Area 51 and
hey, shout out to the alien
believer. Bob Lazar. Like you could go down a whole rabbit hole. I could go down a rabbit hole.
It's easy to go down a rabbit hole.
I'm a big, alien UFO kind of guy. So I know, what I'm saying? Like I read the books Behold the Pale Horse and all of these like super conspiracy theory books and concepts. I just think, the whole dildo thing, I just think is one, funny as fuck. Two, it's like, well, we're making a statement against your bullshit game here. You guys are taking a stance on trying to get paid more than what you guys are actually generating. So there's a conversation within that it's like
there is. I think that's a legitimate conversation.
Where I think
because that has there needs to be clarity there. Like you guys are trying to spin this narrative that you guys should be getting paid more or something than what you're owed, and it's like, well, but like, what do you have that backs that up?
And the NBA clearly said, hey, by investing in the WNBA, we're in the negative.
In the red that's the other truth nobody wants to admit is that the NBA subsidizes the NWNBA because the NWNBA
we're in the red and we're not going to see a return till 5, 6, 7 years into the league. That's the investment.
How we going to pay you?
Yeah, how we going to pay you what you're worth? We can only pay you what we're making back. And that's just the reality of it. And it's hard to accept because
but that's what I mean. But see, that's what I'm trying to get at is I just feel like all that is self-explanatory, and I just don't understand how a dildo has anything to do with that. That's what I was trying to get at, and I just feel like what it is. It is again. I'm not man. Look, the Jussie Smollett thing. Smollett was funny. When they told me, bro, when my coworker told me about it when I walked into work, I laughed my ass off. That's just funny. You know why? Because I just knew there's just like that's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. The concept of this man getting jumped in the middle of the night by two white MAGA supporters in Chicago, and then not just anywhere in Chicago, but in the most like gayest, bluest part of Chicago.
Right.
Some like hardcore fascist, racist guys.
And didn't they tie like a?
And then they had a noose. They had a noose around his neck. It just so some things are just ridiculous. Yeah. And with that being said, it's the ridiculousness that for me is the obvious for me.
Yeah.
A dildo again being thrown on a WNBA court is ridiculous because again, it just doesn't tie to what, like, what the conversation is, especially because the conversation is just so clear cut. It's just too clear cut for there to be like, I gotta make a statement, or oh, fuck you bitches, I'm gonna throw this dildo court. Like, it just doesn't add up to me. Matter of fact, especially because I'll be honest, I just don't think anybody cares that much. If we're gonna be honest, I don't even think anybody cares that much. And this is why, again, dildo. Yeah. Well, right with that, but dildo in the court. Oh,
but I think
because
that is the statement.
People,
but I think that's
my point.
I don't care about the shit.
No, well, okay, well, that is a way, I guess, about it. But I think what it is release the hounds. I gotta throw the dildo in the court. I think it was. It was like
2 or 3 rows back. Like launching the bitches like. Somebody said,
was there the culprit? Did they find the culprit?
They found the guy.
Okay. Yeah.
So because they said that the WNBA is now banning people from bringing bags into the games because of that reason, because there was so many.
Hold on. Okay, no, let's stop that. Let's stop that right quick. Hold on. Let's stop. Have you been to a WNBA game?
Never.
Okay, I never have either. And I need somebody to clarify that. If you've been to a WNBA game, do they let you in with bags? That's just weird to me. What event have you ever been to that lets you bring bags into any of their thing without checking it? That's just crazy to me. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's just so many things I'm thinking about. Like, how the fuck do you end up there with a dildo, bro? Unless you know who can bring a dildo? we got our dildo correspondent here.
We got the incredible Hulk dildo, bro. Look at this. He got a glove.
What the hell?
He got a glove. We're watching the clip.
Watching the clip, guys.
Holy shit.
Come on, that's just too coincidental.
He's gonna launch it. Oh, he launched it right there in the free throw line.
That's just too coincidental.
She got mad.
Whose dildo was that? Who did it belong to? Did it show who it belonged to or no?
Hey, she's laughing though.
They found it funny. They found it funny. It's
Come on, it's funny, bro.
It's funny. It is funny.
Hit by dildo.
Look at
chaos on court.
Look at the picture though.
Oh my god, a bunch of green
right in
dildos.
Reese's face. Oh damn.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that is hilarious.
That is too crazy. Look, this is the world we live in, guys. This is the world we live in.
More sex dolls get thrown during Liberty Fever games as an.
You said it was in their. It was in their girls. It was in their girls' purse. right. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
But it says, "Make your damn free throw." That's crazy. I ain't gonna stop, man.
Dildo gate. Oh my god, bro. That's wild.
Here's a quick message from our sponsor, Liberty Mutual Insurance.
They do not directly sponsor this podcast.
We're also being sponsored by HarborFreight.com. Get your tools from Harbor Freight.
Oh, damn. This is a black court. Oh, they had to throw like a purple dildo. It has to be purple. Oh!
Was that a dildo or a ball?
It was a green one. Why do you keep throwing green ones, bro? Why do you keep throwing green ones, dude? Why do you keep throwing green dildos, bro? Where is it? It fell on the court. I seen the green thing. Like, it was a dildo. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Was it mine? It wasn't mine, was it?
It's been a thing then. Like, it didn't happen once.
No, it didn't happen once.
It happened repeatedly. Yeah.
But like,
this is why it's a topic.
But yeah,
it was happening a lot.
But a lot within the same time frame.
Dude, I'm telling you, bet companies were having bets on like what color the next dildo was gonna be on the next game.
Which one? Steak
or like
that shit.
Look at that shit. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Holy shit.
A bunch of slap ass happening out there that much.
Get off the cart, ladies. There's a dildo on the cart.
We want to get a replay.
Get it off here.
We want to get a replay of the dildo. Can we please get a replay of the dildo, please?
Oh my god, slow mo.
Oh, there was the guy who threw it.
Oh my god, there it is. Green dildo, dude.
I just want to see one that lands and gets stuck on the floor.
Hey, there was a comedian that said whoever throws it in the middle where they tip off gets like 1,000 points. Dude.
That's crazy,
Dildo
dude.
Gate. Hilarious.
That's the same game. That's the same game.
Yeah. Well, you get the point.
Yeah.
Dildos being thrown.
Like this is the time we live in, guys. Dildos are being thrown in the court.
Yeah, I don't think it's an agenda, man. I just think it's just funny.
I don't know if it's an agenda. I wouldn't say it's like on the agenda level of like, let's say the Justice Smollett. I do feel like it's somebody that they must know, like, hey, we need to create some sort of buzz, kind of create conversation around the NWA.
Maybe to get some clout.
Just to get some clout. I don't think it's as deep as like. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like it does create some sort of like, you know what I mean? I think that's what it is.
What color?
Just very random, right? Like now we're creating bets on it.
Like what color Gatorade? Like
announcer. Let's see that again in slow motion. You know what I mean? It just creates conversation.
Silly things like that. Like when people think too deep into it, which I'm okay because there's ways to have conspiracy theories about certain things because the government has lied to us so many times. I don't blame people for thinking outside the box when it comes to certain things and agendas for certain things, but I just think this is just a funny thing.
Ratings were low. Watch them rise up.
Yeah,
no, yeah,
I think that's part of the agenda.
That's what I mean.
That's part of the agenda.
That's what I mean. I was definitely not tackling it from just the narrative perspective.
Right.
I think overall, like it creates conversation, it creates buzz, it creates.
It's funny,
it's fun because it's funny, because it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Again, nobody was paying attention to the Justice Smollett case because they thought. Well, some people thought it was real. Some idiots, because I thought, my coworker for sure thought it was real. Like, that's so sad. I'm like, bro, you fucking Trump. Yeah. And I'm like, you're an idiot, bro. And I told him, like, if you think that's real, dude, like, and I pointed everything out that was fake about it. Like, I'm like, bro, think about it. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Bro, like a week later when it came out that it was fake, I come into work again because I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But I come into work and he's like, bro, you were right. The shit was fake. And I'm like, dude, I told you, like, it's like some things you just got to think about, like the common sense of it all, the logical sense of it just didn't make sense. I'm like, none of the thing about that story made sense. And like that with this one, I'm like, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
People are allowed to just bring in like whatever into because it's not as famous. Like, that's just weird to me. Like, I just don't know that to be true.
Yeah.
Every place you go to that has security gate, whatever, you try and come in with a bag, they're looking through your bag. Even if it's a purse, they're looking through purses. People don't give a fuck. Like, the security guards have to look. They'll look.
Yeah.
So I just feel like they knew that the nigga was in there with a dildo. They knew it was gonna happen. And again, it's nothing as crazy as like, oh, we're gonna create this narrative about LGBT. No, I don't think that. I mean, that's a conversation brought up for sure, but I think it was more for it's funny, it's gonna create buzz, people are gonna watch, they're gonna tune in because they want to know what it's gonna happen again. Yeah. I feel like that's what it was. It was just like, we need to create some sort of buzz.
For sure.
And not only that, also maybe we can finally get this damn attention and conversation away from the fucking Caitlin Clark narrative of like, oh,
that was getting boring.
The white woman and like that was just like, it was just like ridiculous. And I think they're just like, I think that was what this was. It was like, we just really gotta like,
I think she's transgender.
Damn, dude, come on, man.
AQ going deep.
Come on, man.
AQ going deep.
Oh man, he said Caitlin Clark, so they need the eyes again. Right.
Yeah, she's injured.
Right. That's true.
That's right.
Dildo will do the trick. They snuck it in.
For sure.
Let's see. Snuck it in like drug on it. Oh, right. It was already in someone's. Hey, you know what? Hey,
they boofed it.
They boofed it.
They boofing dildos to the WNBA game.
Damn.
They boofing it.
Oh shit.
That's hilarious.
Oh, okay.
All
right. Let's not focus on the dildos.
What's our next topic? What do we got next? It's hard to transition.
It's really hard to even transition from that. You know what? Okay, hold on. Narratives.
Mm-hmm.
Narratives. Because there was something now that I think about, I didn't touch on the last subject that I wanted to get into, but I just never found like something to get into there.
Yeah.
But narratives. What do we think about like? So clearly, you know, Bad Bunny's put this thing together, right? And again, like, it's great what he's doing, but it's around this idea. The idea being that our country's apparently, you know what, and actually, let's say our homeland. Mm-hmm. I don't even know, like, I say country, and I'm like, I don't even know if Puerto Rico is really a country like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what we really are. You know what I'm saying?
Just an island.
We're just an island. You know what I'm saying?
Just an island.
But the idea, the concept is that, you know, apparently we're being sold out, or sold off. And between that, which the narrative is, oh, the white Americans are buying our land, which, again, that's a very big blanket statement, I'll say. So, like, it's like, well, okay, and this kind of goes back to Steven, like, all right, well, does that mean Logan Paul and Jake Paul are bad guys now too, because they do things for the island, and they're white though, so, like, we, you know, they can't do it because they're white now, whatever. But between that, and then there's a certain song Bad Bunny has where he mentions Hawaii, and, like, you know, we don't want what happened to Hawaii to happen to us. And again, it's like, well, what did happen to Hawaii that you think that's, you know, a bad thing, I guess? You know, like, we're narratives. It goes back to that whole narrative thing. I feel like there's certain narratives that are pushed, and that a lot of people just easily subscribe to without really putting thought into it.
Yeah.
You know, because, like, as somebody who did live in Puerto Rico, what shocked me the most, coming from the United States and then living in Puerto Rico for 4 years, was that it was actually diverse. I was shocked to see as many Chinese people as I saw out there, Indian, white people, like, a lot of different types of nationalities and races out there, that I was like, oh, I was shocked. I was genuinely shocked, because I didn't think that was going to be the thing, you know, like, because I initially thought it was its own country type idea. And I feel like this is lost on us sometimes. And again, I'm not declaring that this is good or bad necessarily. This is me just opening the truth about the concept of what's really, like, what's happening and what's being discussed. Like, Puerto Rico technically is U.S. territory, right? So we're, like, in this weird middle place, like Commonwealth, right? Where, like, we're not necessarily a state, but we're not necessarily our own country either. We don't have our own currency. We are under the U.S. dollar, so forth and so forth. Oh, there we go. The great combo. See you, my boy. I see you, my boy. He said, keep it up, boys. Always a pleasure. I'm going to head to bed. Hey, Pinzon, appreciate you hopping on.
Being soon.
You know what I'm saying? Until next time, I got to get you back on the shop, dude. You know what I'm saying? We got to chop it up again. You got to, you know, share more secrets about Area 51, I think.
I'm down for that convo.
You down? Then it's going to be a trio that day.
Hell yeah. I'm down for that conversation.
So definitely got to get you back on, bro. But appreciate you hopping on with us in the comment section, being active. Appreciate it, brother. It goes a long way. So yeah, you know, there's that narrative of all these things, and I guess, what is your perception of that? Like, do you feel like there's truth to it? Like, do you? I guess 2 questions. One, do you really think Puerto Rico's being sold off or sold out by I guess, its own people to white people that are trying to, I guess, cleanse our island or something, or like? 2, and then 2. The second question is, do you think Puerto Rico, I guess, is in the direction of becoming Hawaii, and is that a good thing or bad thing if it were to become a state?
Those are good questions, and they're loaded questions.
Very loaded. I know that for a fact.
and I can only speak to, like, obviously I don't live there. I was born there, but I came to the States very young, And one of the reasons why my mom brought me to the States was because she said she wanted a better life for me, because where we live wasn't a lot of opportunities, right? So, and that was back in, we're talking about, I was born 87. So you do the math, you know what I'm saying? Like it was a hard time back then. So there are Puerto Ricans that want to become independent, which I'm all for it. Like if you really want to become independent, cool.
Right.
But you have to build an infrastructure and you have to have an example of what independent looks like.
Right.
And I feel like within the Puerto Rican community in Puerto Rico, including the politicians, haven't done a good job of showing us that they're about us. And that's very discouraging, because at that point it's like, okay, well, if we can't rely on ourselves, who do we rely on? And the next option is, well, we're a commonwealth with the United States. Well, let's appeal to Trump. Let's appeal to Obama. Let's see if these guys will actually give a fuck about what we have to offer to the states. And the reality is, if you look at people's campaign runs, they don't even mention Puerto Rico as even a conversation, a topic of even bringing it up to the Congress to even have near a conversation about making us a 51st state, of adding that star to the flag. That's very controversial for a lot of folks that are super patriotic and about America. So there's a lot of factors that play into us trying to fit in with what the American dream and the American picture looks like. And then there's a lot that comes with trying to be independent. And so I think, so I think it just falls on what Puerto Ricans want. And I think the reality is, we're a small island. We don't really have, we're actually in a deficit. We don't really have a lot of money. That's why we rely on the U.S. to supply us with money and with certain resources so we can rebuild our streets and rebuild our infrastructure, especially after Maria came in and just destroyed a lot of the infrastructure in Puerto Rico. So it's just very complicated, man. And I'm with the independence, power to our people, but also like, okay, what are our people doing? What does that look like? And is it sustainable?
Is it sustainable? Yeah.
Right. And I'm also not against okay, we've been a commonwealth for freaking ages. So why not become a state?
Yeah.
And what does that look like? What if it looks like Hawaii? Hawaii's thriving. Hawaii been thriving. So what? We're basically there. We got Americans going to Puerto Rico to tax evade because the taxes are so much cheaper in Puerto Rico than it is living in the States. So what are we talking about? Right? What is that conversation looking like? So I just don't get. I don't stand on either ground. I just think like, look, if this is the route we want to take as a people, then what does that look like? Let's be an example. And if we're gonna stick to being a commonwealth and we're gonna stick to the American way, then you can't sit.
125 years.
We've been a commonwealth.
125 years, bro. A century and some change. Bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And so we've been stuck there, and it's not by mistake. It's because we haven't been proactive in what is the decision that we're going to make.
Yeah.
And so you can be super political artists and be like, yeah, I stand with my people and we're not going to be a commonwealth and we're not going to stand for the American way. We're Puerto Rico. I got Puerto Rican pride. Okay. But then what does that look like, bro?
Yeah.
Because you got your people, our people, I didn't say your people, our people haven't done enough to show what that looks like.
Yeah.
And so again, a century and some change of us being part of America, and American politicians don't even address us. Don't even for the
most part.
The Obama administration, yes, they touched on it to get our votes, to get us in, but they didn't really embrace that conversation.
The reason I say kind of was because like I just came across this video that shared some information that apparently you won't hear about this, and it makes sense, I guess, because like I know Puerto Rico I think they just voted like a Republican governor for their state or for the island.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I feel like most Puerto Ricans are lean, I guess, left. Mm-hmm. But I did hear this, and that's that apparently there were some provisions for Puerto Rico in the big beautiful bill, as Trump calls it, that did benefit Puerto Rico. I forget what exactly the entire benefits were that came with it, but I know it had to do something with the rum imports that we have with the rum that we create, and there are some other things that Puerto Rico benefits from that will allow Puerto Rico to stimulate its economy. I wish I could remember everything. This is where I feel as a person.
Right.
This is where I should be like jotting down everything that I come across, because I watch so many videos, dude. It's really hard to jot everything down.
Right. And for me, I'm not speaking as if I know stuff, because I could be dumb as rocks. There could be stuff going on right now that I'm not.
No, and that's all of us. That's all.
But from the outside looking in, and from what history have shown us, is like it's been 125 years. Okay, so.
Yeah, no, what's happening?
What are we doing?
Yeah, what's happening? That's how I feel too.
You
I feel like we're in this like limbo state.
Yeah,
where it's like, all right, what are we doing? Like, again, because I don't care which route we go, I just want to make sure that there's something that we can benefit from.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so like I definitely feel like, we're gonna declare our own independence. That means create our own currency, create our own like infrastructure,
right?
Things of that nature. It's like our own government. But what does that look like? You know? It can't look anything like Cuba, because look where they're at. You know what I mean? So like no shade, but most Cubans will tell you that they're glad to be gone.
Cubans flee from their
own country, right? So and that's a communist socialist structure. Right. Let that sink in for a moment. Yeah. A lot of Puerto Ricans push for that, and it's like, you might want to reconsider that. You got your own neighbors to look at to see, like, does that actually work? I'm not saying that capitalism / I think democracy is probably the best outcome, but for sure you have evidence that shows you, hey, that's where you don't want to be. Clearly, again, if you're going to be independent, you really have to consider what that looks like, is my whole point. That's all I'm saying. Like, you really have to put thought into that.
We've already embraced the dollar. We've already embraced a lot of American ways.
You know?
So to me, it's like, okay, try to become a state. Well, I think to me that's a little far-fetched. You're asking for super patriotic people to add another star to a flag, where it's something that's been eons of when the country was created, 50 stars. We saluted. To add a 51 is like throwing a curveball. We added these brown folks. We're adding these brown folks to this.
52, goddamn.
51, goddamn, that's an odd number. I don't like that. That makes me feel uncomfortable and incomplete. So, it's like I kind of like where we're at. I just think that we need to be more proactive in America's involvement and the benefits they have as Puerto Rico being a Commonwealth. Like, okay.
Yeah, like work those kinks out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If that's where we're going to stay, then work those kinks out.
We've been a Commonwealth for 100 and some odd years. Okay, what benefit are you guys receiving from us that allows you guys to continue to keep this relationship going? And if that's the case, then we need something out of this.
And if we are going to become a state, then it's like we'll offer something more robust than that. That shows that there's a really huge benefit to that.
And we need to be a little bit aggressive in that. In making that point.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we're being aggressive enough in stating the fact that, hey, we exist, we're out here, we need help, and our island is falling apart. And there's certain sectors of our island that keeps getting hit by hurricanes, and there's not enough hurricane relief.
Right.
We just found out a few years ago that people were hiding Maria relief rations in a warehouse somewhere, where they opened the warehouse and they were like, oh, this is where all the money was going to.
It's crazy.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the type of stuff that I'm like, well, if our own people are hiding and
that's the
taking money,
that's the unfortunate truth.
And you want to become independent, well, shit like that can't be happening.
Yeah, like if you already got corrupt corruption happening on a scale of just y'all being under the Commonwealth. God damn, who's gonna overlook that shit when y'all are independent?
Something as simple as a natural disaster, that it should be a humanities thing. It shouldn't be a right wing, left wing, or wherever you stand on. It's a humanity thing.
Yeah.
Fuck exactly. What you believe in.
Right.
These people need help. They need power. My grandma ain't got power. You know what I'm saying? My titi ain't got food. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a bigger thing than whatever the fuck your political stance is.
Yeah.
And if you can't get that squared away, what makes you think that you can become fully independent and live on your own and you know, become this great little island that's gonna thrive? Like, it's just not realistic.
It's not realistic. But I would say, like, I think what I do think could be done on our end as Puerto Ricans, for that matter, if there's this concept, and again, this is a weird concept in the sense of, like, how do I put this? The idea is to supposedly come together as human beings, all being different, but it seems like there's always this thing that pulls us apart. And clearly, even something of this nature kind of subscribes to that, right? So by that I mean is like, okay, if we're already discussing like, oh, like the land, our land is being like, I guess whitewash or something, whatever the word you want to use, taken over, whatever. But it's like, okay, and
which it already has,
that been done past, like it's done past already. So we've been there already. So let's stop pretending like, But
they brought like, Labubus to the island. What are we talking about?
What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? So it's like we're already there. So I don't even know how that's the discussion. But even if that is the discussion, then it's like, all right, well, the best we can do, I feel like, and this is something I was even talking with like the wife and the sister about. I was like, yeah, we gotta, for us Puerto Ricans, but then this is another sour point, sour point is that, okay, well, we're Puerto Ricans too, but we live in the States, and we're from the States, and we're more in a better position to go ahead and go back and buy land and help.
Yeah.
But y'all look at us like outsiders too. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, you know, we're the gringos to you guys. You know what I'm saying? Because we live in the States, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, so yeah, we probably could be investing back into the island. But it's like, and I mean, I still will, because that to me, you know, again, I love Puerto Rico. So I, you know, again, me and the wife already talked about like, yeah, we definitely want to get our own land, whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's definitely a thing. But again, it's like, it's these weird narratives that exist. I wanted to just get back to that point, because it's like, you know, these ideas of like some sort of like racial cleansing and things like that. It's just like, you know, like it's these fear, like you're afraid of something that I'm just not even sure really exists. You know what I mean? Like, at least not to the level of what you think.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
The racial cleansing, if you want to label it that, began already a long time ago when they colonized us. I mean, but it already happened.
It already happened.
Spanish came in.
And that's my whole point. Like, it already happened. And then, but that's my point. It's like, it already happened. And was it successful? Clearly not. We're still here. You know what I mean? Like, or it did, because we're all, for the most part, it's like mixed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but the culture, we still have it. So like, how, I don't know, like I just, these things that I'm like, I don't know how bad you guys think it actually is, or how it's gonna get. It's like, I don't know if it can get worse, if we're even gonna say worse, because there's a lot to consider. Like, again, there's so much to unpack. You know what I mean? Like, what does Puerto Rico look like if Spain never came, or America never came? Like, I don't know what that looks like. You know what I mean? Like,
tribal.
You know what I mean? Like, because even with America, like that's the, you know, like the
indigenous,
right?
It would look very indigenous.
You know what I'm saying?
But I mean,
but not even just that. Again, it's like we're talking people, but now let's talk, going back to infrastructure. What does that look like? The Native Indians didn't have much of technology or government structure, things of that nature. They had their their tribal ways.
Up in horses. They were like, oh, horses, caballos.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers got muskets.
You got muskets.
What the fuck?
You know what I'm saying? Like, there was much that was brought over by the European conquest and expansion and things of that nature.
That it's just African slaves, even African slaves.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like there's so much that has happened that, like, obviously good with the bad. At the very least, we can probably all acknowledge that, well, we're in a somewhat decent place now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we have some pretty decent infrastructure. We got some pretty good medical.
Well, we got citizenship.
We got citizenship, whatever, all that shit, you know? So, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying that there's a lot to unpack when we're having these discussions. And I think, like, these blanket statements, something like, save Puerto Rico from becoming white or something like that, or say, I don't want Puerto Rico to become like Hawaii. It's like, well, damn, like, you're saying things very generalizing it, like, but like, what's actually being said there? You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean,
you know what I mean? Because like, even with something like that, like, well,
the Hawaii thing is like, well, I get it, because like, even growing up, like, I wasn't really, I didn't really know much about Hawaii. All I know is that it was like a tropical place that a lot of people dreamed about going. That's all I knew about Hawaii growing up.
Right.
I didn't know that it was indigenous Samoans.
Hold on. I got some gay friends of mine hopping on here. They're from work.
Pedro,
appreciate you representing yourself and Juan.
Putting the flag up.
Much love to you guys.
Juan.
Do you guys, you know what I'm saying? I always tell you guys that at work, like, hey, don't be afraid. Be who you are. Be proud. Do you guys? So, but appreciate you hopping on, representing with the gay flags on the comment section.
We're having fun about the dildos. Like, it was hilarious.
I probably shouldn't say this because we're live and maybe the job comes across this, but they're definitely in a sexual relationship with each other. So, but hey, I'm proud of you guys for coming out on here and using my platform to come out and promote what you guys have been having with each other. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
I don't know why I find that so funny. Like, they definitely are seeing each other. So...
No, they are. They really are.
No, so, my God, that's hilarious.
Again, I'm proud of you guys for coming out like that.
The way you said that.
I don't know. I don't know.
Mike, tell them about our Oreo. What is going on?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Pedro. That's all you guys. Don't. I'm a married man.
Shit.
I'm a married man.
Oh shit. That's funny. Thank you guys for having a sense of humor.
No, yeah, for
We're
sure.
just having fun on the pod, man.
Yeah,
we're talking shit.
No, they're funny.
We don't
guys.
Know shit. We're just,
they're funny. They're guys that I probably should have on the pod sooner or later, but
yeah.
No, they're funny guys. Appreciate you guys.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
I'm pretty sure they're at work right now. That's amazing. Funny.
That's funny. Yeah.
But,
so, yeah. I mean, so, you know, I don't get that. You know, growing up, that's all I thought about Hawaii. I was like, oh, it's just a family destination where everybody wishes they could go to because it's such an incredible tropical place. Not knowing that it has very indigenous roots, tribal roots.
Right.
And their history with the United States. But, I think our story is very similar to that. And I think being a Commonwealth for 100 and some odd years and still not pulling the trigger on any of the decision goes to show that we're kind of on the same boat. We're just not. It's like we're America's side bitch and it hasn't claimed us yet.
Right.
We're just waiting for him to claim us. Him or her to claim us and like, yo, that's my man, that's my girl.
Right.
Like, but they just haven't chosen not to. And they're just like, no, I'll pay for your toenails and your hair and shit like that. I'll keep sliding you some bread, but you ain't my main bitch.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what we are.
Right.
And so we have to make a decision. Are we going to leave? Are we going to walk away and be like, nah, motherfucker, I ain't taking this shit. And we're going to walk away? Or are we going to be like, yo, I want something more, like, and we're going to pursue this aggressively and go through Congress and take the provisions that's necessary to become something bigger and have those resources available to us.
Right.
So we can become a stronger, island or entity for the United States. But I don't know that if that's going to happen in 2025, and I don't know if that's going to happen in the next 5-10 years. I think that's a very long battle, uphill battle.
No, you're right. But this is why I feel like the conversation is important, because, you know, again, I and you know, maybe this is me thinking too much of myself, but and I guess what the chop shop offers, but for me, this is the importance of this is making sure that there's a true conversation about this, because again, it's easy to be that guy, like you said, oh yeah, fight the power, individual, like we're independent, blah blah blah. It's easy to be that guy without actually being that guy. You get what I'm saying? Like, you guys can claim that all you want, but what does that even fucking look like? Y'all don't even have a clue what that actually looks like. You just know that it's something cool to say, and you know that you probably have a lot of people that back you on that, but it comes with no serious weight, because you have no idea what the hell that looks like, what it is to actually run a country of your own, what responsibilities come with that, what power plays have to be made to have that be done. And it's really kind of unrealistic. You know how many Puerto Ricans are actually already part of the military industrial complex of America? Like, so it's just it's a weird thing for you to say that. You know what I'm saying? Puerto Rico has its own FBI agency. So like, we already have so many things that embed us with the U.S. government that's kind of crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
military bases.
You know what I'm saying? We got, you know what I'm saying? So like, oh yeah, we need our own independence. Like, what the fuck does that look like, and how? You know what I mean? And then it's like, and if we're gonna be, and if the idea is like, oh, okay, we're gonna become a state, well, okay, but how can that actually be conceptualized where we actually benefit from it at a better standpoint, different from the Commonwealth? Because like, to pretend like there aren't certain benefits that have already came and downfalls from just being Commonwealth. I won't pretend like the downfalls don't exist, which is why there's this. I think it's easy to spin the narrative of, oh, we're getting fucked by America, because because we're not a state, we don't get all the benefits. And then that goes back to the other point. It's like, well, you're trying to say like, oh, I don't want to be like Hawaii. What makes you think Hawaii is in such a bad spot when they became a state? Like, how, like, what do you know that supposedly, like, because then I'm not going to pretend that I know any different, but for you to just make that claim, like, now, if you're just making that claim out of some just like, oh, it's more just about pride thing, okay, sure. But then it's like, now you just have disingenuous, like, plot holes within your statement. Because it's like, well, what's so bad about Hawaii? Like, do you really know that they're worse off now that they're a state than what they were when they weren't? Or are you just lazy, or you just don't care? Like, that's just, again, it's honestly, like, or you just don't really care. You're just really saying what you're saying because you know it sounds good. You know what I mean? Because
a lot of
like,
it is
how do you know that Hawaii's in a worse place?
I mean, how many Hollywood actors or people in Hollywood took like a social stance on something?
Yeah, 100%.
And they end up looking
100%.
fucking stupid as fuck. Like, when you're talking about something that's charged as Puerto Rico should become a state or should become independent, I think it leans more to being a state than it is independent, because we haven't shown that we can sustain ourselves by ourselves. Until we can show by ourselves that we can sustain by ourselves, then you might have an argument there.
Yeah.
But to say, hey, we're going to become Hawaii, now you're just talking out of your ass, and you're talking about shit that you don't really know, because you need to delve yourself in the culture of Hawaii and Hawaiian culture, and being in that,
and that's what I mean,
and being delved in that culture and knowing their history, and then come up to your own interpretation of what that looks like for us, because we're not them and they're not us.
And they're not us. That's my whole point. So, I feel like at the end of the day, like, again, if you're saying it from a standpoint of pride, like, dude, look at Hawaii, bro. Like, Hawaii's still Hawaii. You don't, like, I don't think about Hawaii and think, I don't think white people. I think tribal looking people. I think I think about The Rock. I think about Jason Momoa, guys that clearly like do the whole whatever, the whole culture that is Hawaii. Like, that's what I mean. Like, in their state, but I still think about why it was Hawaii. Like, they clearly have their own culture. If that's your fear, like,
and think about the little hippie dancers.
Yeah, or that, the whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's clearly, like, it's not like Hawaii just lost its identity or culture. No, I know you're right. I do think about that too, you know. I mean,
tops.
The coconut tops is the browser. You know what I'm saying? You got your Lilo and Stitch. You got your Moanas. Yeah, like clearly Hawaii has a very embedded culture. Puerto Rico has that. Is my whole point. Again, so like, my whole point is like, if you're afraid of us being like Hawaii, that's kind of a weird statement because it's like,
that is weird.
You know what I'm saying? Like they still have their own flag. They still have their own culture.
For motherfuckers to try to stand on and be like, yeah, for the people, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Fuck this.
I feel like there's no representation of other places than Puerto Rico here, even the Hawaiian culture.
Well, yeah, no, but see, here's the thing, and you're right about that, 100% right. But so that was the other thing I was gonna say is like, the idea is like, oh, like we if we lose our own, we might lose our own island, but like that's such a crazy statement, not just because of like I said, what I said earlier, but even think about this, like when Puerto Ricans come together, even in the States, we have places like when we do stand together. Mm-hmm. When we don't, then we lose everything, and we kind of almost lost Humboldt Park, but we still have places like Humboldt Park in the States, which is a known landmark for like Puerto Rican community. You know what I mean? Hawaiians don't have that. You know what I'm saying? You can't go to any like city, like, you know what I'm saying, and think like, oh yeah, this is the Hawaiian. No. But you can say that about Puerto Ricans. You can say that when you're in New York. Oh yeah, this is a Puerto Rican neighborhood. Mm-hmm. You can say that in Florida. Oh yeah, like heavy Puerto Ricans. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like we have a land, like we have something about us that we're identified by, and it's not just because. And again, actually, I'll say this: whether we're independent or a state, my whole point is that identity we have exists no matter what. For sure. Because we've cemented it. And this goes back to my point earlier. Like Puerto Ricans have our footprint on many things. Culturally, musically, industrially, sports-wise, from boxing to basketball. We have that. You just can't take our culture from us. Mm-hmm. Even if we were to become a state, that you can't erase our culture. You can't erase who we are, the imprint we've made on different things of society.
100%.
So, again, independent or state, we won't lose that. Is my whole point.
Yeah. No, the essence is still there. I just think, again, it's like the way I lean is like, you got to show me what independent looks like, and if you can show 100%. Me that it's sustainable, and our people can be better off being independent. Hey, I'm all for it, man. I'll support it. I'll support Puerto Rican businesses. Yeah. I'll do what I can to support my Puerto Rican brothers and sisters. But if you can't show me a sustainable country running on just us, I'm sorry, man, but we've been a commonwealth for 100 and something years.
I'll tell you what, too. I'll tell you.
It's time to like dap it up with America and be like, all right, dog. Hey, you got this, dog. You got this, fam. Like, what's up? You want tostones? You want some mondongo? Some arroz con habichuelas? Some mofongo?
No, and
that's another thing.
I was just about to go there. I swear to you, I was just about to go there. Here's
gonna have like 5,000 fucking troops to go that little ass island.
Look, here's the truth about that. Even if we were to do that, right? Let's just say, and this is something I even told my boy, who was like very big, like he's, like, hardcore, like think we should have our independence, but he's also very big, like I guess you could say, like, I guess left leaning in a lot of his like beliefs and stuff, and politics and stuff. And I told him like, well, dude, this is gonna be crazy, but I was like, you have this big stance on this whole Palestine and Israel thing, but I'll tell you what, you're big on Puerto Rico being its own thing. We'd have to be a lot like Israel if we were to be our own country. Like really, if you really, again, you're so against that. Mm-hmm. But if that's what you really thought we should, like, Puerto Ricanism, that's what we should be thinking about. It's like, who should we model ourselves like to like really make ourselves be taken serious as a country in the world. You might want to mirror that country that you're so quick to criticize. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like we're protected. Once you take that protection out, it's a free for all.
Well, that's
like,
what
we're gonna go take that.
That's what I mean. When
saying.
you, that's why I say, look at Israel again.
What does independence look like for us? It don't look too good.
It don't look too good unless you have military power, military industrialism, people with brains to like technology and all that.
You know, and I'm with the people that are like, yo, our people pride, Puerto Rican pride.
And, yeah, nothing wrong with that.
100%. I definitely don't want to come across as like, for lack of a better term, but like Uncle Tom, like I'm playing to the white people. But you have to be realistic with your approach and with the perspective of where we stand as a people and where we stand as a country. And it's like, it just doesn't look sustainable
or
in the long run of like, we have our own politicians running our island and they can't even keep a positive budget going, or they can't even keep roads paved, or certain areas of the island sustainable for us to live in, or power grids going. Like, there's a lot of things that are just like affecting our island that our own people are not doing a good job at. So you want to tell me you want to go to war independently with somebody else, motherfucker, when you don't even have the resources to fucking even put power into my grandma's crib? Like, get the fuck out of my face with
exactly.
that.
No, 100%.
So that's where it's like, bro, the decision is very black and white. You just are choosing to go the more patriotic route and stand with your people, and I get it 100%, and it's I'm with that. But also, we've been a Commonwealth for such a long time. It's like it's already embedded in our culture. The American culture is already embedded in our culture.
It doesn't get better than what he said, though. Our own people fled our island, and that's a fact.
Yeah, fled our island, and we embraced the dollar.
And that's
so fact. Shut the fuck up.
You know what I mean?
You using the dollar? Shut the fuck up. That's it. You know what I'm saying? George Washington is in your money?
Right.
Shut up. Yeah. But papi, pero George Washington está en el peso mío, papi, que voy a ir a comprar un flan.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it goes back to that narratives thing, because again, this idea that you like those guys, people that think that like, oh, independence means we had like, or independence means that we get to be ourselves. Like, well, who says we can't be ourselves even if we're a state? Like, that's what are you saying? Like,
you're not moving the needle with that argument.
You get what I'm saying? Like, you're not moving the needle. Like, you act like we're gonna somehow our culture disappears just because we become a state. Like, that doesn't say nothing to me. You want to prove to me that we could become independent? It takes for you to prove that we are actually able to sustain ourselves independently.
But
and look, I will say this: there is a book of a guy who kind of painted a picture of what that looks like. That's as clear as that could look like. But even that picture that he painted was like, but will America really ever pay us for it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like the ideal was essentially that if we become independent, we could technically, I guess, take the United States to court. But it's like, but what court? You know what I mean? Like how does that look? You know what I'm saying? Like on a national scale, like, and I know there is like a international, like I don't want to say court system, but there's like some sort of like international like rule/regulation group or something like that. But like, it's not as effective as people think. You know what I'm saying? And so again, like, how does something like Puerto Rico, if it would become independent, how do you take the United States to court? And essentially the way you sue the United States the way he was explaining was in the same way that like when a marriage, like when a divorce happens and a partner decouples from the other partner, whoever was the breadwinner, like that sustained the other partner's way of life, they have to now pay for that because, well, you provided this, and now because you're trying to, we're going to divorce, you have to be able to like, you know what I'm saying, still give them something that
maintain
will
that same
lifestyle. Yeah. So it would be the same thing is what the guys are.
That's where they throw the dildos at. That's the court they throw the dildos at.
But you know what I mean? Like that was the most like reasonable argument I've seen. But I was like, but I still just don't even.
No, I just think it would just be more chaos. I just think like, it's just not sustainable. I think right now where we're at, we're just kind of in this middle ground. And I think we, as a people, we need to fight more for more resources and help for our people first. And then I think later down the line, we can start having a more productive conversation about becoming a state when Puerto Rico becomes more of an asset to the United States rather than just a side little island that they're giving sliding money to. Like, I feel like that's how we come across this. Let me just keep sliding you money. Right. You guys figure it out.
I will say this though. I don't know if that's.
We'll give you citizenship. You guys can come here and chill for free. We ain't gonna charge you anything. You know what I'm saying? We're still gonna treat you like shit.
Yeah, right. No,
but I think you guys can come and hang out.
I think the argument there would be this though. It would be like, look, you're enlisting our people to your military. Easily, like, you know what I'm saying, like Puerto Ricans you can enlist us into your military, which matters. Let's not pretend like it doesn't, especially in a world where your biggest threat right now is China, which definitely outnumbers your military a lot. You need numbers, you need enlisters, you know what I'm saying, you need us for that. So I don't want to say like Puerto Rico has nothing to offer, and on top of that, you already do have military bases here. You have actually NASA satellites here. No, I get that.
How many realistically are really?
You're still using our island nonetheless.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
But in the grand scheme of things, it's like.
But could they survive without it? For sure. I'm not gonna like. Oh, it's not like Puerto Rico. So that's Puerto Rico decouples and stuff. Oh, America. It's not.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, part of the picture is being realistic with ourselves, being self-aware, looking within ourselves, and being like, okay, what are we doing to move the needle on this?
And that's why.
And I think at the end of all of this, it just falls on us to be more productive and moving the conversation
you're 100%
forward.
True. But that's why
wherever we want to take it.
No, 100%. That's why I said, like, back to that conversation I had with my guys, like, well, shit, you're so against Israel, but if Puerto Rico would ever either become independent, or if we want to actually like get more out of becoming a state, we have to be more like Israel in the sense of like we have to be more productive. We have to show some sort of like technological intelligence, like oh yeah, no, we're capable of like inventing and doing our own shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That's how we create value apart from just the natural resources we offer, because we do offer natural resources, but apart from that, what else? You know what I'm saying? Like, and able bodies to join the military. Okay, but what else? Okay, mindsets, brains. And again, I'm not trying to say that they're stupid people, but I'm not even saying that either. I don't.
No, we got some of the smartest.
We have some of the smartest people, but like it does it takes that ingenuity,
and that's not just.
It takes that intuitiveness. It takes that we have to start creating these type of things, and that kind of does go back to like some. This goes back to the conversation of like the whole, like, well, should we be looking up to Bad Bunny? No, I guess not necessarily. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not like the biggest like person to look up to, but I guess he's a good creator of art. But like, if we're talking about like creating, I guess, engineers and I don't know, like, there's other people to look up to. But either way, my whole point is like, if you're trying to like push the needle in whichever direction. Really, in whichever direction, whether it's like independency or statehood, like either way, we have to create more other than just art and culture, because that we are great at. Puerto Ricans we got that a lot. We got culture, we got art, we got that a lot. We got to start thinking more than that. It's like, all right, ingenuity wise, what can we create? Like we need the next Einstein to come out of Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? We need the next Elon Musk to come out of Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? To like really offer something of that magnitude that says, oh shit, like maybe we should consider like just making them a state and offer them something like, something great, or maybe again, military mind. Make sense of why, maybe militarily, like, no, you want this to be part of your territory, even on a state level, whatever. I don't know. There has to be things that really do push that needle. Whether again,
maybe we should move to Puerto Rico.
That too. No, well, that's what I said earlier. I was telling him, like, I'm like, me and my wife are talking about buying property out there. And I think, but as I was telling him isn't there like
like this thing where like if you Puerto Rican and you're a U.S. citizen and you go to Puerto Rico and buy land, you don't get like taxed on it, or you don't, yeah, something like that.
If there is that, I need to come across it because I haven't heard
not
of it.
much tax. Yeah, you get like I think it's like 1%.
Because I would say like that would be again that goes back to that whole again Israel mindset.
It's what a lot of like Americans do. They leave here, they go move to Puerto Rico for like a year, become a Puerto Rican citizen type shit, and they only pay like 1% tax, which is affecting the island because we're not reaping the rewards of these people coming into our island, buying up the land, getting the primary real estate. Yeah. And so they're pushing out poor people. Poor people are living in the more shitty areas of the island. Yeah. And so we're only charging them damn near nothing for their property. Yeah. And so like even if at minimum we charge them 3% for their property, the freaking island will be thriving. Yeah. But the fact that no politician has made the effort to even charge it up to like 3%, 5%, which is still lower than the national average. Yeah.
No, yeah,
again, it's fucking crazy, that goes bro. Back to and so you want to talk about independence, and your own people won't even raise the fucking property tax on the people that are coming in and taking the land to begin with? What the fuck kind of motherfucker is that, bro?
But that goes back to Banco Popular. That goes back to he said the American people understand how great PR is and resource. To be honest,
yeah.
No, I know, and again, 100%. That's why I go back to I'm like resource wise, we do have a lot to offer. It's being
flooded by American people.
True. And look, but let me state this. American people, and I just want to clarify this back to that narrative thing. It's not just white Americans. I really don't like this blanket statement of like American whites. Like, no, bro. Like, you have all types of Americans capitalizing on the fact that they can go over there and buy land. That's like Indian. That could be blacks. It could be whatever. Like, every American that knows that they have something to capitalize on over there, they're doing it. And why wouldn't you? I can't even knock it because it's like, why wouldn't you? Because you're not, again, like you said, it's not like they're taxing you. So fuck it, go for it. But this goes back to my point. As Puerto Ricans, we should be doing that. But then it's like, I say that as Puerto Ricans, but I know damn well when I go to the island, I'm not a Puerto Rican to you Puerto Ricans. I'm a gringo to you guys because I'm from the fucking States. So like, what does it benefit? Like, you probably have already generalized me in that whole Americans buying land out here. That's what I mean when I say like these blanket statements. Like, you got to clarify what you're saying here because these blanket statements, just you're saying a lot without really saying what you're saying. You know what I mean? And I just feel like, all right, well, shit. Like, what does that leave me? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I will say this. I will say this though. Like, for me, it's like if you're gonna, this is where the whole right. This is where the whole like independence and state thing comes into play though, because it's like since we're just a commonwealth, what does that actually mean, right? Because like now I can't sit here and pretend I understand how those politics works in the sense of like, yeah, but like, we common as hell. Who ain't got no wealth?
Common. I ain't talking about the rapper.
Oh shit. Oh shit!
Still love it.
Oh, that's funny as hell, boy. What was he saying? Damn.
Nah, but I mean.
Sábana grande. Sábana grande. No. I know what I was saying. I was saying that I just don't even know how that works, right? Like you're saying we should be able to tax those that are coming to buy that from 100%. America. But it's like, but how do you do that though? Because like, again, like if you are U.S. territory, what separates?
You don't have residency. You just moved to Puerto Rico. I look into your profile, and your profile showed that you lived in fucking Denver, Colorado for fucking 20 years.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are you coming over here? You've only been here for a year, and you want me to give you a tax break?
But what laws are in place that say
suck a bag of dicks?
No, I hear you.
I'm gonna give you 5%.
I hear that, but what laws are in place that say that?
No, that's what I'm saying. There are no laws that are in place to state that. That's why the island's in the state that it's at.
Right, but then does that go back to like? Because again, this is me just like, all right, if I have to understand, or if I'm going to try and understand, or not even understand, but like, let's just say I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Like as a Puerto Rican politician.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Why haven't those laws changed? Is there a reason why is there a reason why you guys are timid in how you guys deal with those laws when it comes to American citizens? You know what I mean? Like,
don't they have politicians that are from over here?
No,
they're from within the island. The problem is, so a few years ago there was a revolt, of like a bunch of people storming the Capitol in San Juan. People telling people to denounce his position and politically because he wasn't doing anything for the island, and people were frankly fed up. So I think we're productive in doing those things for our own community, but I think it's only when it becomes a breaking point. We haven't reached a breaking point in that, and I don't think there's enough people that are educated enough to know these things are going on, and in the long run it's going to affect where we stand as an island, as a people. And so you can say, hey, we're going to become Hawaii. You can stand on all of those, whatever principles. But at the end of the day, if we're not following through and being productive and being aggressive in regards to like, cool, you want to come to our island? You want to buy property? You want to make this better? Cool. We cool with that. But you're going to have to pay some money. And you're going to have to give it to us. So that way we can use that money to better resource the rest of the island for the people that don't have as much as you do. Right? Even at a minimum of 5%, which is less than the national average.
Wouldn't that naturally happen though? See, and this is where like people who are against statehood or independent, like this is why I say the middle ground isn't it. Because you can for sure do that if you're independent. You can even for sure do that if you're a state. Because property value goes up, the more the value of property, goes up.
But I could do that as a Commonwealth, dude.
I don't know
because I don't owe you shit.
I don't know if you can.
Your people are coming over here. We are not a state. We don't belong to you, so I could do whatever the fuck I want when y'all come over here.
See, but that's what I'm saying. That middle ground is murky because that's what I'm saying. Like, we still are U.S. territory, so you can't say we don't belong to the United States. But we somewhat do.
But that don't mean that has nothing to do with me taxing you when you come. Oh
no, 100%. No, 100%.
That's what I'm saying.
100%. No, you're right about that. No, yeah, that's not what I mean. I guess what I'm talking about is in general, like even just overall property tax. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're lifting property, and this is the.
What they tax more on food over there than anything?
Wait, say what?
They tax more on food.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they do.
$130 for a dildos.
Right.
What the fuck?
And look, I'll even go. I'll go further to say this. Back to my statement of even earlier, where I said, I was shocked to see Puerto Rico had many more people than just Puerto Ricans there. I guess what I'm trying to get at is this: okay. Apart from, or not even what I'm trying to get, I don't know why I said that. That's not what I'm saying at all. Just I don't know why I said that. To the overall discussion, I guess just to add another point would be, earlier I said when I first went to Puerto Rico, I was shocked to see, I guess, slightly how diverse it was. Not that it was completely diverse, not that it was like anything emulating that of the United States, right? I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is
build a wall.
just the
skywall.
It all extends out of the morro.
Skywall.
Just around the fucking island.
Skyfort.
Skyfort. No. All right, here. Let me ask this question. Maybe this is what I should propose. Are we saying that America is the only place that could be allowed to be as diverse as it is? Does that make sense?
Is America the only place that deserves to be as diverse as
not deserves, allowed to be?
Allowed
and I
to
say
be?
that because, and not that we're the only place, but we're for sure the most diverse place. And this is coming from, I've traveled other places. There's nothing as diverse as the United States, right?
For sure.
But there are other places that are somewhat diverse too, right? I say this because the idea is like, oh, we're afraid of other people coming in. But it's like, well, damn, like, I thought the idea not to be a welcoming, you know what I'm saying? Like, you
well,
gotta,
yeah, within the confines of what they deem.
You said vacation?
Well, yeah, or the confines within what they deem is acceptable, right? So you can't just come in here and just fucking across the border. This is what's going on, and I know that's a controversial thing going on, but like, right? There's rules established for a reason, right?
Right. So, I'm not saying. Yeah. Well, let's clarify that.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you could. America can be diverse, but within their rules that they make, right? So,
but it is diverse. Is my whole point.
It's diverse,
and that's essentially what everybody praises about.
But it's to
the
like, rules that they've created.
We're a melting pot. That's what makes America America. We're a melting pot. Okay, and again, I say that because most Puerto Ricans would even throw themselves in that. Oh, we're the melting pot. Okay, if that's what we were worshiping, this melting pot, then why are we open to the melting pot being in other places? Why is the melting pot not anywhere else but America?
Well, because
does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But
this is a question.
There's also something about having something to call for our own. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, cool. I'm over here because of what history has made, but now it's 2025 and I don't associate myself. I don't identify myself with this culture when I speak Spanish to you guys, or when we're eating arroz con andule, or we're eating a certain cuisine. I don't identify with the American culture. That is not what the American culture is for me. That is what the Puerto Rican culture is. So
culture is one thing. I
need a space to call my own. Regardless, so just like Hawaiians have their culture, and they freaking put a pig on the ground and they roast the shit out of that motherfucker. They bring it out of the ground and they have their own pineapple and all of this stuff.
100%.
Like, they still have their section of the world where it's like, yeah, we're a state, but we still uphold our culture here.
100%.
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
100%.
Yeah, we have. We have American influence, but there still needs to be a space for us to call our own and be like, hey man, give me 10 feet.
Oh no, look, listen. I'm not disagreeing with that. I said it's because America says they help, but they're really not. Again, like, I think there's some truth to that. I don't know if we can say that 100%, but yeah, I think they probably help with a leash. I would say that they help out with a leash, or they have like a ceiling of how they help out. But yeah, no, I get you what you're saying, and that's why I said earlier, I don't think statehood means we lose culture. I think and that's why I said, like, he says not to be like Hawaii, but I think
we don't lose our identity.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, and I say that because, and I say that Hawaii thing because it's like you're criticizing Hawaii as if they lost their identity.
Right. No, yeah, I don't, you know I don't, yeah, I don't agree to that bullshit statement. I think it's just a statement to sound like deeper than what it is, but or more politically sound.
And then also, I would also even argue this. How about this? What about this? What if we were independent? What if other people were still coming to Puerto Rico to buy? Like, when does that become wrong, I guess is what I'm saying, right? Because and I say that because even not, and again, this is me just trying to create deeper thought into this in the sense of like, even from America's standpoint, right? The idea is like, oh, the melting pot, right? But then the other idea is like, oh, America's so diverse that we're losing the American culture, right? Because it's so diverse, right? And then there's but then the argument against that is like, oh, you're racist because you're trying to keep America America, and America can't be America. It's got to be everything else. And if that's the righteous road, supposedly, of like, oh, we're all supposed to just all get along and all be different, and let's just say Puerto Rico wasn't, so like, if you're afraid of Americans or anybody buying land in Puerto Rico or buying, doing things in Puerto Rico, you would not do that even if you were independent? You know what I'm saying? Like, when does that, like, when is it wrong, I guess? You know what I'm saying? Or is it not wrong? Is it okay for America to be like, all right, nah, we're losing, we're giving out, we're letting too many different people in, we're losing our own identity, our own culture, whatever, or in every place. I'm using America because that's where we live.
What do you think had to happen?
This could be any place.
You think Puerto Rico's, unstable maybe?
And
if they become the state, now the U.S. is forced to.
Oh, so you think it's the other way around? You think it's like the United States don't want us to become a state? You're saying?
I feel like once you become a state, now you forced to, okay, we gotta fix this shit. You know, like, we gotta pull.
I agree to that. That seems to be more my wave. Is I don't think they want us to be a state.
So we working with what we got, and that's nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
The rest is that meant to help are limited for many there.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for our ports, we'd be what?
No,
we wouldn't be shit.
Well, it's crazy because we're called Puerto Rico, right? Puerto Rico, which is technically it's Richport, which says something and nothing at the same time. But I guess all I'm trying to figure out is not even figure out. I guess the question I'm posing is more so like, what's the real problem here? You know what I mean? Like, is it, because again, it's like, is it the narrative, or is it like what we're pointing out here? Is it the deeper than what the surface level shows? Surface level wants you to believe it's about skin color, it's about a cultural appropriation and things of that nature, or is it, no, you're looking at the wrong thing? It's actually money and power.
That's usually what it is.
You know what I mean? And that's what I want people to, like, just kind of like, I don't know, like, maybe this you should be thinking about. You know what I mean? Like, think about the money that's involved. Think about the power that's involved. You know, like, whether that is on Puerto Rico's end, politicians there, or whether it is on the American end and politicians over here. Like, is that not actually the bigger issue, rather than this, oh no, we got to stop Americans or anybody else from buying land? And I say that because it's like, well, we all come here because the idea is like the idea of like everybody coming from wherever they come from being able to make it here. Shouldn't that be the idea, or the ideal everywhere? You know? And yeah, maybe the argument could be, well, like, well, that's sustainable in America. The truth is that's not sustainable anywhere else. Maybe that could be the argument made. But make that argument then.
Then everything changes, right? As soon as you become a state, now everything that's implemented, taxes and all this shit in America, now it has to,
Yeah.
I know every state got their own laws and stuff.
Right. Every state has their own laws.
Like,
and technically,
prices, everything goes up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like it's more profitable now.
No. That's the thing. Actually, if they were to become a state, I feel they actually have more control on that. Because states still govern themselves, right? Like, apart from the federal bureaucracy, right? And that's even like, you're seeing that even now. Actually, you see that even throughout any presidency. When it was, let's say, like the Biden administration pushing like the vax mandates and things of that nature, you still had other states, like Republican governed states, that were like, we're not following suit on there, right? They were able to govern themselves and say, like, no, that's not what we're going to subscribe to, blah, blah. So, and then vice versa, even now, right? Where it's like you got on a federal level, Trump's trying to implement the whole immigration thing, but then you still got blue states like California and not Texas, but
no, right? You can't vote. You think it'll be red or blue?
Well, they just voted red technically for their governor. Yeah. I'm not so sure where that's. I think they were fighting for that, like the right to
you
vote.
You can do red or blue over there, but
yeah.
Yeah, I just.
But yeah, honestly, none of that even matters. Too.
We go in circles. I just think it's really up to us, like whatever we want to choose, and I think it's a longer conversation.
It for sure
because right now nobody's really embracing us in that conversation. Like I remember Bernie, when Bernie was running, he kind of talked about Puerto Rico, like, oh yeah, we need to talk about them being a part of us, and I know Obama went down there and was like, hey, hi guys, fellow Americans, and he was down there, and then fucking Trump went down there throwing paper towels and shit like that, but nobody has ever really embraced us, bro. And so like until somebody really has a serious conversation about where we stand with the U.S. and like where we can go and who's gonna
100%. I agree with that.
Who's gonna come and really help us with resources and stuff like that and our depth, and there's just so much shit. It's so much deeper than just like, oh, let me just sign this bill that makes us a state. Like that's not gonna solve all our issues.
Way deeper.
You get what I'm saying?
Way deeper than that.
So like we could sign a bill that says, oh, we become a state, but that doesn't necessarily solve all our issues and problems.
No. Hell no.
So that's kind of just where I'm at with that. I mean, we can go in circles and talk about this topic in nauseum, but I think that's really what it boils down to.
It's
just like
I feel like Puerto Rico makes a lot of money from just tourism.
Tourism was our main way of making money, but when COVID happened, that shit fucked everything up.
That shit punctured it.
There was a lot of businesses over there that were like,
and we're still recovering from that over there, dog. They haven't recovered 100% from that. Plus Maria hitting before that. So imagine Maria and then COVID.
Oh yeah,
bro, dog. What are you gonna do over there, bro? Yeah. So that's what I mean when I say like we're not gonna be at the table with anything to offer until like maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, where we can be like, okay, we're kind of in a good place now. What the fuck is up? You know what I'm saying? Like, what we gonna do?
Right.
And until then, we really ain't got shit we really could say until we got some shit to offer.
Yeah.
So.
And Hawaii is further than Puerto Rico, right? Out.
Closer? I think it's closer.
It's either closer or probably to the US. Relatively the same, but
yeah. Bigger island too.
Yeah, it's a bigger island and yeah, they actually got like I think 3 different islands that are off Hawaii.
Off the coast, yeah.
Yeah.
I know I was over there when I went, and I was going to Culebra on a boat, and there was an island that Google owns. Like they own a whole fucking island, like it's crazy.
Yeah.
And he was telling us that they can't do nothing on that island to a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how the hell does Google own this whole piece of fucking land right here?
When he said like who couldn't do anything on the island,
Google can't do nothing on that island for like 10 to 20 years after buying it. That's funny, right? Like that's what I mean. Like that's the deeper cuts that like we wouldn't know, because it's like, what do you mean they're not able to build? Why aren't they allowed to build anything or do anything? And then it creates this stigma, like, oh, like I can see, like, and I'm not saying like that's just the whole picture, but I can see like that being taken and being said, oh yeah, motherfuckers are just buying shit out here but not doing shit with it, you know what I'm saying, and like not creating opportunities. And it's like, well, fuck, but what's stopping them from actually being able to build them and do something out there? Google owns an island. I'm almost certain they're trying to build something that's gonna help their platform or their brand, you know what I'm saying, which means I would assume they're gonna build some sort of like, sites, some sort of factory, whatever that would give jobs and things like that and help the economy. So like, why aren't, and that goes back to his point, politicians over there, like if they themselves, that the politicians that are already out there aren't doing what's necessary already, just as a Commonwealth, to make moves to help the people. They got 24 keys in Puerto Rico.
Kilos?
No, keys, like, yeah, that too. But
Dude, but something as simple as Elon Musk providing energy to people, and the U.S. said, "Hey, sit the fuck down, dude. Yeah. We're not gonna be supplying them with power grids over there. Chill the fuck out." The fact that the U.S. had the power of being like, "Nah, man, you're doing too much right now. Yeah. You're doing too much to help them." Like, what does that happen? That happened with Maria. Elon's like, "Hey guys, I can help you guys with the power grids. We can work through this. I know. I use solar energy. We can really just help these grids. You guys can have sustainable power." And they were like, hey, chill out, bro. You ain't gonna go over there and try to say
the thing with Musk is that he's providing a solution that, like, he's gonna make money off, but like it's like he's trying to, like, how can I say it? Make it cheaper for people to be able to afford it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's like, no, we can't give people energy and them save money.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's my point. And so it's crazy to me.
Wait, where'd you see this? I gotta see this.
Dude, you can look it up. Look it up.
Yeah,
look it up. Elon Musk, you could put Puerto Rico power, whatever.
Man, I definitely didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
because that's crazy.
Truck over there, and then in the mall, I saw them with the Tesla.
Even autofills for you.
Oh, right there.
Power grid. There you go.
They heard it. They heard it is what it is.
Yeah, what it did to Bill Gates.
So Elon Musk, through Tesla, has been involved in efforts to improve Puerto Rico's power grid, particularly after the Hurricane Maria
devastated the island's infrastructure. Tesla has also it did do things though. Tesla has installed solar panel and energy storage systems, including Powerwall battery systems, to provide a more resilient and reliable power supply, notably at Hospital del Niño in San Juan. Furthermore, Tesla is involved in the virtual power plant program, which connects communities of homes with power walls to enhance grid reliability and offer emergency support during outages. Here's a more detailed look. Initial offer and response. After Hurricane Maria, Elon Musk offered to help rebuild Puerto Rico's power grid using solar energy. The governor of Puerto Rico, Ricardo Rossello, responded positively, leading to further discussions and collaboration. Hospital project. A solar power and battery storage system was installed at the Hospital del Niño in San Juan, demonstrating Tesla's ability to quickly restore power in critical situations. This project was highlighted as the first of many such installations. Virtual Power Plant Program. Tesla's VPP program in Puerto Rico aims to create a network of homes with Powerwall batteries, enhancing grid stability and resilience. Homes with Powerwalls can contribute excess energy to the grid during peak demand or when outages occur. Long-term solutions. While not an immediate fix for power outages, Tesla's approach focuses on long-term solutions for grid reliability and resilience by leveraging solar energy and battery storage. Ongoing efforts. Tesla continues to work on expanding its presence and impact on Puerto Rico's energy infrastructure with a focus on renewable energy sources and energy storage. So it looks like it actually went through.
It went through, but it's not Puerto Rico's main source of power.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, that's
so why is it not? If it's working and it's reliable, why is it not the main?
Well, probably because we're still a capitalist system that requires some sort of capital.
Bill Gates had this idea.
Yeah.
Where let's make nuclear energy underground, and he has this like crazy ass. It's gonna run itself, basically. And there's it's a zero chance, almost 99.9% chance that there'll never be a meltdown.
Yeah.
But it'll create.
Is it Bill Gates or Elon? Because I feel Elon had the same discussion.
Bill Gates. Trump shut him down. So like he was gonna provide electricity, free electricity for everybody. That was the whole idea. And they shut his ass down. It's crazy. I'm like, anything that's like gonna help people or they can't make $1 out of it.
What's this? Now you gotta be looking this up because I'm like, I don't know. That just sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, he was partnering up with
Bill
people around the world.
Gates, nuclear. Oops. Nuclear energy. Because I've never heard Bill Gates talk about it. I've heard Elon talk about nuclear energy. Nuclear energy project.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna use this to circle around to another topic, and then we can close it out.
Yeah, because I gotta go.
Yeah, we're already 1:00 morning. Okay. Now let me state this for even for the earlier thing. This is Google, so this is Google AI. I think I don't know if it works off the Gemini. So I will say that's something. The fact that it for whatever reason still decided to, I guess you could say, talk positively about Elon Musk. All right, so Bill Gates and what it has to offer. Bill Gates, through his company TerraPower, is developing an advanced nuclear power plant in Wyoming, aiming to revolutionize power generation and address climate change. The project, called Natrium, involves building a sodium-cooled fast reactor with a molten salt energy storage system near a retiring coal-fired power plant. The project is partially funded by the U.S. Department of Energy and is intended to demonstrate the viability of advanced nuclear technology. TerraPower's Natrium reactor is a 345 megawatt sodium cooled fast reactor with the molten salt energy storage system. This system can boost the plant's output to 500 megawatts when needed, enough for approximately 400,000 homes. The reactor is designed to be safer and more efficient than traditional water cooled reactors. The project is located in Kemmerer, Wyoming, adjacent to PacifiCorp's Naughton power plant, which is phasing out coal and natural gas. This coal to nuclear project is the only one of its kind under development globally, according to Wildfile. Funding and timeline. The project is estimated to cost $4 billion, and that's another aspect to this that we haven't touched on, I guess. Is partially funded by the U.S. Department of Energy through its Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. While the project is slated for completion by 2030, it has faced delays due to fuel supply issues. The Natrium reactor offers several advantages, including the ability to integrate seamlessly with renewable resources, high temperature steam for industrial decarbonization, and the potential to produce hydrogen and other chemicals, according to TerraPower. It also boasts a three times better fuel utilization than traditional light water reactors and produces 40% less waste, according to TerraPower. The Natrium project is a public-private partnership between TerraPower and the U.S. Department of Energy, demonstrating the potential for collaboration in advancing nuclear energy technology, according to TerraPower. A lot of it's according to TerraPower. The Natrium reactor is designed with passive safety features, meaning it doesn't require active systems to shut down in case of an accident. The project is also subject to rigorous regulatory oversight by the nuclear regulatory commissions. Okay, so it doesn't state what you're saying, but I imagine they still are working with the Department of Energy.
Yeah, I watched the documentary.
Yeah. So it probably, so there's two things there. I think it could be as simple as like, all right, well, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Test subject is going to be this area. Yeah. If it's successful here, then maybe we could branch out. That's what it looks like here, because it's like, all right, well, we are still doing with nuclear energy. So maybe they're trying to say, like, all right, let's see if it's as successful as you say it's going to be. It looks like they're already running into some problems here. The other factor that we're not considering when it comes to these projects is the money. You know what I'm saying? It costs money to build these things. This shit doesn't build itself for free. You have to pay laborers. the people that are going to come to construct these buildings and stuff of this nature.
So it goes back to the Tesla thing and the power grids for
Yeah.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we don't have the money and we
Yeah.
don't have the infrastructure
Oh, that's money.
to actually supply a lot of this stuff.
A lot of this stuff, yeah.
Although some of the power grids have been provided with Tesla's grace, right, in terms of like some human relief,
right,
it's not our primary source of energy.
Yeah.
And so we're still having power outages to this day on the island.
Yeah.
Not because it's Tesla's fault.
Right.
Or Elon Musk's fault. It's because we don't have the funding, or we don't have the resources to actually continue to fund these projects to keep going and to keep making the island better.
Yeah, no. 100%.
So that's where I'm going.
Yes.
That's where I'm kind of going with that conversation. Is just like, I'm not talking negatively about it. I'm just saying like they kind of stopped that from proceeding because there's not enough shit going around. You know,
you can't do it all by yourself. That's for sure.
So we're not being proactive and trying to pursue this, and the U.S. doesn't feel inclined to help us in the process of that. So until we start helping ourselves, we're not going to be able to kind of get to that point where we're like, hey, we're an asset more than we are a liability.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And 100%. I think we're not going to be able to be that in that conversation until very down the line in terms of
there
years.
Has to be some like drastic
us
changes within
the rebuilding ourselves.
And,
you know what I'm saying? Being the Puerto Rican of old, or being a new one, but just much more and in a much better space in terms of resources, money, funding, and all of that stuff.
No, I hear you.
And it's gonna be a long while before we get there, because with Maria hitting, with COVID hitting, it just set us back a long time.
Right. Remember, it says he said it perfect, which again, that's what it is. We have to look within ourselves. We have to do things within ourselves.
Thank you.
As you said, you know, and I 100% agree with that, bro. Like that goes to my point that this conversation is to bring that about, right?
Right.
It's to like, all right, let's think deeper about this. Is it easy? It's a lot easier to blame the other guy.
Yeah.
You say rather than
always easy to blame somebody else for your misfortune.
You know what I mean?
It's always easier because then you're not taking accountability for it, and it's easier to deal with your own with bullshit. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you got to look in the mirror and be like, "Hey, what am I doing to contribute to this bullshit?"
Right.
I'm not doing my part. Okay, so something needs to change.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's this great saying, and I love it. It's kind of simple. It's like, nothing changes if nothing changes.
It doesn't get more simple than that.
You know what I'm saying? Nothing changes if nothing changes.
Right. No, for sure.
That's just what it is.
I'm gonna pivot on this and we'll end on this.
Salud.
Right, salud. Obviously, reading into this, it's crazy, right? Like, you have your Bill Gates, you have your Elon Musk. They're, companies and geniuses within their own right of things that they developed and create, and things that they're looking for that can better society and things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of that same nature, you have fictional characters that display this type of, behavior of what they have to offer to the world.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the real?
I wish so too, man. But look, honestly, we have guys that are pretty close. Again, I commend Elon Musk for a lot of the things he does. Honestly, got a bad rep, but a little bit, I would say, with some people. But for me personally, I think, like, look, man, for what the guy has accomplished and what he's done, like, salute to the guy. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is required to do these things. You know what I mean? Not technically not. You know what I mean? Like, I can argue. You can make the argument, like, if you're a good person, sure. And yeah, okay, but like, nobody's forced to do good in the world. You know what I mean? You choose to do good in the world, and when you're in a position of like fortune, and you're able to do good, even better. So good for him for like doing the things that he does do. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though, like, yeah, sure, we're all capped, I guess you could say, by the world we live in, whether that's on an economic level, whether that's on a moral level, an idealistic level, all that shit. Anyways, back to the fictional characters.
You should definitely watch the documentary
Uh-huh.
on Bill Gates.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
He does a lot for. Like,
oh no, he definitely does too. He definitely does too. I have an issue with Bill Gates, but that's more of like not an issue. There's things about him that I like. I'm like, oh my god, you're kind of going too crazy there. But Bill Gates has definitely done a lot that is good for sure. Like you just can't ignore that. But we have and characters like these guys, or guys like these guys like Elon and Bill Gates and other people too, like but clearly have some sort of emulation of fictional characters such as like I don't know, I guess Bruce Wayne, Tony Stark, Reed Richards. All that to say, and I want to wrap it up on this discussion, and that's I don't know. Have you seen Superman or Fantastic Four?
I haven't seen neither of them.
Neither of them.
Not yet.
Okay.
I haven't had a really interest in wanting to see them, just because I haven't heard good things about Fantastic Four.
Really?
And Superman, I've never been a fan of. Okay. And I kind of know based on the comics where this is going. So it's like for me to get me to the theater to sit down and watch a DC movie about a dude that I already know his story from backwards and forwards, it's like. and I feel like with Fantastic Four, for the love of Christ, like I don't think Marvel can ever get it right. Like I don't think that franchise is cursed, bro. They're never gonna get the Fantastic Four on the right track, bro. And it's crazy. There's a comedian that said, "Yo, it starts with the name Fantastic Four." Like it's just not. It's not appealing, bro. It's just like I don't know what they got to do. I don't know if it's the actors. I don't know if it's just the storyline or Galactus itself, where it's not a viable villain for people to kind of just feel like it's an actual threat.
Yeah.
Because Galactus is more of an entity than it is an actual person, right? As it's described in the comics and stuff. So it's like. For people to grasp what Galactus is like you gotta really be a nerd and really be delved in the space because it's an entity. It's not really they put a person to what Galactus is, but really Galactus is an entity. It's the universe. It's like the eater of worlds. So it's like to put a face to something that's an eater of worlds. If you're like, this is the guy that y'all trying to fight, you know what I'm saying? Like,
what if I told you that the movie did do a justice to what Galactus looks like as the eater of worlds?
No, I'm sure they did a justice of what it looks like, but what I'm saying is more the appeal to the audience, to a casual audience member who doesn't really know what the Fantastic Four entails, and it's just like, oh, let me go check it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I heard it's a Marvel movie, let me go see it, right?
Yeah.
And so you're looking at this like purple guy with a helmet, and it's like, what the hell's going on? Like, it's not like Joker, where Joker's like it's an identifiable character.
Oh yeah, well like, he's definitely not
right, or Thanos, or you know what I'm saying, where you're like, oh damn, like I could relate to this guy because
Thanos. Now let's not pretend like Thanos was that guy beforehand.
But I think Marvel did a good job of like
putting him in the forefront,
giving some sort of humanity feature to who he was, or what he was trying to achieve through it all, right?
You think he needed that?
I feel like he needed that for Endgame to be like, oh shit, oh my god, for your fucking brain to explode. Like I feel like Endgame needed to make Thanos like a relatable character for people to like, kind of almost root for in a sense, right? Where you're like, oh, there's this gray area where I don't know to root for him or to like, nah, fuck him, he's a villain, he's fucking, you know.
You think that's true? You got that out of that game?
Yes.
I don't think
I don't think bro.
I don't feel like I went into that movie or watching that movie thinking he has a point here. I felt like it was clear that he was the villain.
Right. No, but that's the relatability is what I'm saying, is that there's that gray area where you're like, I'm not sure if this guy is the villain. I'm kind of rooting for him.
I guess I don't know if I felt that way with him. I can say I think you're right about Joker. I feel like even when you watch like the Heath Ledger Joker, which as crazy as he was, there was a sense of like, you kind of understood what he was saying, right? Like it was very, again, it goes back to that whole like, fuck the system type thing. Whereas like I see where he's coming from, and he's like he wants to like just show the joking it all, like whether it's the government structures and powers at B, or whether it's even the underworld crime powers. Like the joke's on all you guys. Fuck you guys. All you guys are fucking like either like hypocrites or corrupt or none of you guys actually subscribe to what you guys really claim you do. Like, whether it is that you're a politician claim to be righteous and you're trying to do the right thing, or whether you're or a cop for that matter, or whether you're a supposed criminal claiming to be all bad when you clearly don't have the guts or the cojones to do with like the bad things that you need to do. So that's what I'm saying. He flipped the whole thing on all of them, the whole tape. That was an understandable villain, where it's like you kind of like
he turned dude into a villain.
Yeah, he turned
So you don't think Thanos was a relatable character?
I don't think so. I think like I understand. I'll put it like this.
That's wild.
I understood him. How do you say, like the villain he was for what he was, in the sense of like, maybe like a tyrant. In the sense of like my rule is just, right? In the sense of like what I deem worthy for everyone is what it must be, because I know what's best for all. So like I get what you're like, to that degree I understood it, right? Like in the sense like I understand your villainy. I don't feel it humanized him, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Like I don't feel like I was ever on the side of like, I think he's got a point.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like
it was more like
I could understand him as a villain, but I don't think I was on his side.
I had to like ditch my daughter, do some dark shit, dip out.
That dude's cold-blooded, bro.
Yeah, fuck these planets, fuck y'all. Y'all trying to fuck with my shit.
I'm about
to take over, and I'm gonna destroy and turn y'all motherfuckers to dust. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't better than I am. Y'all just y'all trying to get the stones just like me. All right, I got the gauntlet now.
Not everybody was after the stones like him. He was after the stones for a particular reason.
Right.
But then they were after stones after the fact.
But they were trying to protect it and avoid from him gathering all of them or whatever the case may be, because they don't
corrupt.
Right. But he was just like, nah, I'm gonna get my shit.
That's what I mean. I get that.
I'm gonna snap my fingers. Y'all are gone. I love that.
No, I do too. I think like again, I agree with you that was a good villain story. I just don't think they humanized.
So, there's a human factor in regards to like this is my motive as to why I'm going this route, because they also had a backstory on.
Okay,
Thanos.
you feel like I think I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say like you're trying to say his purpose humanized him.
Right, his purpose, and they did a good job at giving him his purpose, because they kind of went to a sideline of like, oh, this is why this is what Thanos went through, and this is why his daughter is the way she is, and all this other shit.
Okay,
so it kind of was like, oh shit, okay, there's a backstory here as to why he became this guy, and so now he's collecting all this shit, and he's saying fuck you to all these superheroes, like y'all ain't better than I am, because y'all because you guys are righteous and you think you're fighting for this cause and it's some sort of greater cause. Fuck your greater cause. I'm gonna destroy everything. Like y'all
don't know better.
Yeah, I'm gonna snap my fingers. Y'all turn it to dust. I'm the king of everything.
Okay. No, do you think every villain needs that, or you just think it worked well with the story?
I just think it worked well with him.
With that story.
You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at
especially
DC,
since he's an unknown villain for okay.
If you look at DC, there's Darkseid, right?
Yeah.
Darkseid or whatever.
Yeah, Darkseid.
Yeah, Darkseid. So it's a similar kind of concept.
Well, Thanos is based off of Darkseid.
Right. So it's kind
of
actually
the same creator, for those who don't know. It was Jack Kirby.
Like God.
Well, they are gods.
Right.
That's the thing.
I mean,
Thanos.
Well, that's what I mean. Like in a sense that he's a Titan. He's a Titan, which in that universe is. Mm-hmm. It was their version of the whole Titan versus God story. Mm-hmm. That's Jack Kirby recreated that within the Marvel universe.
But to the point is like, I just think they did a great job with Thanos, giving him that backstory, giving him a little bit of tiny relatability to like, oh, this is why he became what he became, and this is why he wants all these motherfuckers gone. Whereas a Galactus, where you're coming with Fantastic Four, and it's like, oh,
it's more like
and I'm the Human Torch, and I'm invisible.
You don't think they kind of made like the Thanos dude, like kind of like what's that shit in the Bible that says when Like people just gonna disappear.
Oh, like the rapture thing.
The rapture shit.
You think that's what they tried to emulate there? Possibly. I think it's a good fear.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a good fear to feed off.
And that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like Thanos played into a lot of those emotions. Played into like subconsciously, maybe not. Maybe they didn't do it on purpose, but I think subconsciously they tapped into something where people felt like, damn, Endgame, this shit is Thanos goes hard.
Well, I'll be honest. I prefer Infinity War over Endgame. If I'm being honest. But that's because I don't like how they did my boy Thor. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I just.
But to the casual fan, I just think like Thanos was just like, yeah, I see this guy's the villain. This guy's the villain. This is the bad guy. These are the good guys. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, no, it was obvious for sure.
But I think with Fantastic Four, with Galactus, there's not a, at least from what I've seen in the past, I can only go based on the past movies that I've seen. There's not that. It's kind of like he appears and then he disappears. And then there's kind of like, okay, Silver Surfer comes in and there's kind of this backstory about Silver Surfer and why he's in the planet. He's come to warn them about Galactus. But it's like...
Well, now it's a she, so...
Right. And then that's another reason why I'm not on board. Because Silver Surfer growing up was never a she for me. It was a he.
Yeah.
Bro, I can't fuck with this like DEI shit on everything I fucking watch. Falcon was not black when I was growing up. He was white, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just a lot of shit that Marvel does to pander to certain fans and tries to appeal that right now I can't fuck with. It's hard for me. Even with DC, like DC characters, it's really hard. Like Superman, for me, it's always been depicted as this perfect superhero, and I hate it. We spoke about it off camera.
Off camera. Yeah.
And you told me that this Superman was probably a good one. If you're
if that's true. You're looking for not for what it is. I said if what you're looking for is a flawed character, then this is the guy you want because he was flawed to the T.
Right.
Which I think was James Gunn's purpose. I personally feel like you don't do that with Superman because Superman is who he is. Like certain characters exist in the zeitgeist for who they are,
right?
And he is meant to be.
So yeah,
but I get your.
That's just where I'm at with like Marvel and DC. Yeah. It's just like right now they're kind of in a cold spell. There's nothing right now that's heating up for me that I'm excited.
I would say this much, bro. I saw Fantastic Four. And I was skeptical on it because for a couple reasons. One, I agree with you. Like I'm like, oh, what the hell did they have to change Silver Surfer to a female? That was one. Two, I'm not really a big fan of the retro style. Like, why did these guys look like the 80s? Yeah, why do they look like the 80s version of them? Like, we're in the fucking 2020, 20th century. We're past that. Like, I'm tired. Like, and that's actually one of the things I didn't even want to see. Like, what I didn't like about Superman. Like, what the hell you bring the onesies back? Like, nobody's wearing underwear outside of the pants. What the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? So trust me, like there are things that I wasn't looking forward to. I still want to go watch Superman. I for sure do not like that movie. But I like if there's people like you that want a flawed Superman, then you're gonna get it in this film because he's not a Boy Scout for sure, by any stretch of the imagination. But as somebody who actually likes Superman or learned to like Superman, I'll say that because it's not like I initially had that same sentiment. I felt like he was too perfect, like, oh, he's a Boy Scout, whatever. And that's why my favorite character was always Batman, more rugged, more flawed, more innocent, whatever. When I finally understood the dynamic of each character in DC and what they play in their respective role, I learned to appreciate who Superman was. Like, and especially when I watched Man of Steel. That movie really actually steered me towards Superman. Like, I wasn't really big on Superman before that. When I saw Man of Steel, though, really had me more involved in it. I'm like, okay, you know what? I like this character all of a sudden for some reason. And like, I get it now. He's to me, I understood it like he's the Christ of that universe. Mm-hmm. Like, he comes from the heavens, right, from space onto Earth as a baby, as a child. Mm-hmm. And then he goes through our experience. He lives the human experience. So he's very much aware of what we go through as humans. But regardless of going through the trials and tribulations that we go through, he still makes the right decisions. Mm-hmm. Like, he's still able to come out on top, making the righteous choice, the right choice for the good of humanity, like whether to show compassion, show love, whatever, and then he can take it because he can take it too. Like that's a big factor, right? Even to the point of like the story of his death to his resurrection in the DC canon, right? Like it for sure is that whole Messiah type storyline, whatever. When I started looking at it that way, that made me appreciate Superman. I'm like, oh, okay, this is who you are in this universe. Like you're,
what's a cool fact about like this is off subject.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the Matrix is a religious movie.
Oh no, yeah.
And
I heard that.
And so is like the Marvel and DC.
Yes,
there's a lot of
all of that shit.
Yeah. Well,
has religious undertones.
Undertones and stuff. But and that's what I actually did a pod on this earlier a while back, where I feel like stories that emulate. There's something about the story of a savior, of a chosen one that's meant to save society. There's something about it because that's essentially Matrix, Terminator. It's these Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. It's the chosen person that's meant to bring people together, form a team. Like to save society, whatever. That's the Jesus disciples world, whatever. And there's actually many even iterations of that even without the Bible, but whatever. Not to get too deep, but you're right, 100%. And there is something interesting about that. But to say that, I would say that again, back to the Superman and just some Fantastic Four. Coming to appreciate Superman for what I finally realized who he is in the DC canon. I'm like, you know what? I actually kind of fuck with this character now, and seeing that he does go through what we go through, he just makes the right choice or finds the right choice, whether that's out of his own moral compass of inclination, but designed by his parents that raised him, and or his parent that he eventually finds when he finds his ship or his technology, whatever, whether that's the Fortress of Solitude.
Still some morals.
Yeah, he's got morals instilled in him that guide him. And again, he makes the right choice every time. Again, understanding his position in that universe, I appreciate it for what it is. So then now when I see this film, this new Superman, it was distasteful because I do not like the fact that they made him like us. I don't need him to be human because he's not human. There's plenty of human heroes within the canon that I can relate to, such as Batman, Batman mostly because he is human to the core, no powers, nothing, just he's a human being. But like again, all the other characters that are still human that gain powers, whatever. Nonetheless, there are those characters to relate to. I can appreciate the fact that there is that character that you look up to. There's characters to relate to, and then there's the one to look up to, the one that they all aspire. Like I'm very big on design, like structure, meaning, like purpose, right? So when you look at even the structure of DC, Superman is the son of that universe. He is the hero that and not even just DC. If we're even going to get even more technical, Superman is the blueprint to every other character that now exists as a superhero, even in Marvel. You know what I mean? Like he is on all his perfectness, like being the Boy Scout, whatever.
Still hate him.
I get that, but I'm just saying every hero that you like is branch off of him
for sure,
and that's just a fact.
Sure.
But like again, apart from that, just in DC alone, though, I just pray.
You don't got claws,
though.
You don't got adamantium. You got claws.
You don't need them. You don't need them, bro.
Yeah. Well, so Wolverine wasn't derived.
If you read
Clark Kent's bitch ass.
The new Absolute Superman, though. If you watch the new Absolute Superman, bro, or not watch, but read it, bro, like just a crazy spin to whatever you knew about Superman.
Yeah.
Crazy ass spin.
I'm sure.
And
I give him a hard time. I mean, there's probably, dude, I own comics. I own Steel. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, that was a good one too.
Yeah. I own a lot of comic books I own cards, DC versus Marvel, DC cards, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have mad DC cards at home, like Wrds AQ, all these villains. Yeah, there's a bunch of villains I got, a Catwoman. I mean, fucking, it's just a bunch.
Yeah.
But To me, growing up, I just feel like the more identifiable characters for me, more relatable, was Marvel.
Yeah.
You know, and it wasn't always the popular characters. Like for me, like even Gambit's backstory, which
Gambit,
I feel
though.
like
I love Gambit,
people still haven't done justice to
They
it. But
haven't.
Remy LeBeau and his wife being murdered by some
Yep.
assassins, and
Yep.
him, like, I have that comic book at home. Dog, is the cover is him holding his wife like she's dead. You know what I'm saying? And him trying to like seek revenge, and that's how he becomes Gambit. Like, it's fucking sick, dog. But they haven't done a movie on that shit, dog. And that shit drives me crazy because it's so relatable. You know what I'm saying? It's a very like introspective look into his character. So it's shit like that drives me wild, that I feel like Marvel misses the
100%. I agree
the
with
mark
you on
on, where it's like they're focusing on these big characters, and I get it. You got to sell. Yeah,
that's really what it is.
That's really what it is.
That's really what it is. It's
and you got to sell tickets. I get it, or to sell views or whatever the case may be. But man, if you're doing series on like something like Daredevil, bro, you can do a series on Gambit, bro.
Yeah,
you could do a simple series.
But that Daredevil series is hits.
No, it
especially
goes hard.
The Netflix version
For sure, it goes hard. But I'm just saying, like.
But I get you, trust me. I want
Ben
Gambit
Affleck
too.
did Daredevil. It's been done.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
You've already done it.
You've already done it. You revamped it.
Yeah.
You keep like trying to push the envelope on Daredevil. Hey, there's other characters.
It's money, bro.
It's
money. That's all it is. It's money. They knew that Daredevil is such a success for Netflix. So, that's why he's the only guy they brought it back immediately when they finally, you know.
And it goes back to me, my investment.
Yeah.
Right. It goes back to my investment and my time and efforts in watching any further Marvel movies, like a Fantastic Four.
So what I was gonna say, so you don't think Fantastic Four is like that though, in the sense of like it's, I mean, granted, you're right, they've done it like so many times, but you don't think a part of it's underappreciated, meaning like, why the Avengers? Why not Fantastic Four? I mean, and I'm just I'm saying that as a, devil's advocate. I will say this. First off, like my Fantastic Four go-to, still the original that came out. And not that they did any, like, not that it was perfect. It was far from perfect. But I still did, there's something about that. And it could be the nostalgia fact. It could be just that fucking Jessica Alba was a hot-ass Sue Storm. Whatever.
100%.
But something about this new Fantastic Four film, despite me not really vibing to it, because I was like, oh man, like I hate this retro idea. Like, why the hell are they in the fucking turtlenecks? It's just stupid as fuck. Yeah. Or these like knitted sweaters, whatever. Like, it just makes no sense to me. Like, because anything to make sense,
Right.
Like I'm very like that's why I am now when it comes to like superheroes. Like, I want it to make sense. Why the fuck is their suit indestructible? Whatever. Like, when it should be tearing the fuck up. I mean, Johnny Storm was fucking burning on fire. Why the hell is like I need to know these things. Whatever. Anyways, who cares? All that to say that regardless of those things that I didn't get in this film, right, which I look for, right, I need an explanation of like, why the hell is this nigga's clothes not burning? Nigga's on fire right now.
Right.
His clothes should be burning off, which they did it actually in the other films. So like, credit to those films.
Right.
They at least felt the need to like have some sort of realism. Like, all right, no, if Johnny Storm's blazing up, his clothes burns off until he has his own suit that's like whatever it's called, flame retardant, whatever. I don't know. But in this film, whatever, like, miss these little details. Story-wise, they did a really good job in the sense of, and as fast as the film was, right? Because I'm very big, like, on like, I don't need the pace to be too quick. I want a story that takes its time. Take your time to build these characters, build them up, and whatever. Awkwardly enough, despite how fast the movie was moving, in the sense of like we're trying to fit so much in 2 hours, somehow they were able not to miss a beat. Like, you're following the story.
Which movie?
Oh, Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Horse.
I think did you say horse? Fantastic Horse.
Fantastic Horse. I think I ordered the wrong movie.
You ordered the wrong movie, my God. I will say this: they went out of their way to like They didn't bother.
Fantastic Foursome.
Foursome. Which probably has happened, bro.
Oh, damn.
But they went out of their way to not do the whole origin story. So they didn't waste time on giving you the origin of them having like it's embedded within the canon of the movie, of the storyline, like the world they live. And I think that's what made it like acceptable and palatable, is that they're not on our world.
Yeah.
They're in a whole different universe. So like even the whole Galactus thing, you don't have to care about whether it's compelling or not, or whether it makes sense or not, because guess what? It's not in your universe. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like Avengers, all that New York City, like it was in our universe in that storyline, right? Like Thanos came and wiped out half of our population. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, the ramifications were heavy, high, whatever, very moving and pulling to the emotional core of things, right? In this one, you didn't need that with Galactus because it's not your universe. It's not your Earth. It's a whole different world, whole different universe. But then even then, somehow, the story is written well enough that you still are concerned. Right. You are still anxious about them finding the answer. Can they avoid, you know, being eaten by Galactus and things of that nature? You know what I mean? The story is well written. I would say that, like, any injustices you might find with whatever has happened with those characters or with that team, I'm not saying that they nailed it to a T, that it's perfect, but this probably has been the best story put together for these characters than any of the other ones. Now, granted, I say that without having watched the other ones in a long time, so this could be me talking out of my ass. But let's just say I'm not even comparing them to the other ones. Fuck the other ones. I don't know. Like let's not even make that part of the conversation. Just this story alone, what they give you in this movie, was a pretty good story. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're following it. You're actually invested somehow in the safety of. I think the reason why is because they present the Fantastic Four more. You feel more of the family dynamic, I feel, than you have in any other films. Like, you know, like whether it was the one that came out like in 2017 or 16, whatever, I don't remember what time. Whether it was that one, where it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, they get along. They're a bunch of like astronauts and scientists or things of that nature that went up to space. You know, Sue Storm. Actually, no, I think even in that movie, I'm not even sure. I think Sue Storm and Johnny were like, I don't even know how to make sense of them. One was white, one was black. I don't know. Johnny was adopted in that storyline. Who knows? Who cares? But even like I said, the old ones with Jessica Alba, and the aspect of family wasn't felt, right? That I think that was missing. Like it was like, okay, they're a team. There's a threat. We're gonna protect Earth, and that should be enough. But clearly, it wasn't enough. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, well, I don't know. Actually, no. I think the first Fantastic Four was. I think that one was successful. I think it was the Silver Surfer one that wasn't as successful. I could be wrong. Other to say that with this movie, you feel the dynamic of family between all of them, not just Johnny and Sue, but Sue and Reed Richards. They're actually married. They're together. They're with child. The introduction of Franklin. You know what I'm saying? I think that was another like thing that I was like, oh, that's cool as fuck. And they don't even like. I probably ruined it for you because I don't think you even got that in the trailers.
I'm not gonna watch it.
You should, is what I'm saying. You should.
I'll watch it if it's like on Disney Plus or
okay, you're watching on Disney Plus or streaming. You should. I would say even
I'll
watch
stream
it,
but I'm not gonna go out of my way.
Even if you don't, just make sure you do watch it. It's. I
believe you, bro. I believe you. I mean, you made a good case for why I should watch it, but again,
but I get you.
It's not a franchise I'm going out of my way to be like, oh my god,
right.
Fantastic Four is at the theater.
Yeah.
Let me get my popcorn. Shit,
I want that popcorn bucket. Fucking
can't wait. Hey, babe, Fantastic Four is on the screen.
Right, no, I hear that. I hear that. No, it's definitely not that. It's definitely not that. And, but I will say this. This is the crazy part. I should never live in a time where Fantastic Four is somehow a better story and a better movie than a Superman movie. And that's the time I live in now. That's crazy to me. And I'm not even talking shit on my ass. The numbers speak for themselves. In 2 weeks, Fantastic Four is already in the 400 and something million mark. in its 4th week, almost
Again,
half the month.
Marvel characters are just, there's something about Marvel that just.
Well, yeah, I don't know
what it is. I don't know what it is.
I don't know
but
what
it's
it is
just,
either.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Even as a kid, I just always was drawn. And there's no shade of DC. DC got some dope characters, bro.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Like I said, like I've always been a DC fan. There's fucking Nightwing, bro. I fuck with Nightwing heavy, and I feel like they haven't even done his character justice. Like there's a storyline within that.
Yep. Titans did a decent job. Titans did a decent job.
Nah, but
decent. Like,
but they gotta go dark. On
yeah.
They gotta go dark. Like
I agree with you.
There's a lot of, again, DC is the same issue. Like there's a lot of characters that I feel like they could capitalize that they haven't that are untouched, that I feel like they can make lucrative.
I will say though, I feel DC does that more though than Marvel.
For sure,
You had the whole Arrowverse that, again.
For sure, but
nobody knew about Green Arrow till the Arrowverse. Not at least
Green Arrow. That's like making a whole Hawkeye series. I don't want to see Hawkeye.
Well, they did make a Hawkeye series. They did make a Hawkeye series.
Slow down, Eva. Get out of here with that, bro.
You'll be surprised though, dog.
You better put those gay flags up.
Put them up right now.
Take that. Arrow to the chest. Hawkeye.
Wait, hold on. Did you watch the Arrowverse? Any of them?
Arrow to the chest. That's just good. I'm leaving on that note, bro. Fuck that, bro.
Oh shit! Take that.
Take that. There's another arrow, bitch.
Oh, I'm dead. You ended on that, guys.
We're gone, man.
4 hours
I gotta go home, man.
We're ending on this.
Take that, bitch.
Oh, that's too funny. That is too funny.
Oh shit.
Man. Oh damn. Instagram just stopped. That's crazy.
See? Oh shit.
Okay. Well, guys,
I'm done. I gotta go home. It's late.
Note, we're out of here. 4 hours in. Hope y'all appreciate the conversation. Nothing was off the table.
Follow me on Instagram.
Follow my bro Words
at Words1.
We got the
we got the AI robot here.
We're doing things here, man. We're making moves. I'm trying to find
It's about to be
really need this scroller thing to be better. Bam. There we go. Follow my boy, Words1.
Yes, follow me, man. I appreciate you guys vibing with us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for having me on the platform.
For sure.
We definitely unplanned. We just kind of.
This was really spur of the moment.
Yeah, spur of the moment, but I had fun, bro.
As always.
And yeah, man. Till next time, man.
No, for sure. Well, I don't got whiskey anymore, but cheers.
Yeah, I barely have beer.
Out now.
Full clips out now.
Full clips out now on all digital streaming platforms. Please check it out if you want some real hip hop, some Chicago hip hop.
Yes, sir.
All mixed and recorded here.
Yep.
Please check it out. Full clips. AQ running back. Clue Rock.
AQ running back. Clue Rock. Bam. Make sure I put them out there. Boom. Y'all know what it is. So make sure you go check out their music. Follow them on all platforms. Same here. El Divino Vega. Every platform, every streaming platform for music. Go follow me. Listen to my shit. Barzalini just dropped. I actually got another shit dropping out pretty soon. I think y'all gonna be surprised with this one. I ain't gonna lie. It's kind of rated R, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But on that note, we're out of here. Peace out. Much love. God bless. Arrow to
take that.
Take
bitch.
Come on, I'm trying to end this. One more time. Hit it with that.
Take this.
I want you to stand up tall and proud. I want you to speak up clear brown baby.
Pensando cómo lo puedo lograr, cómo lo puedo hacer, cómo cuido a mi mamá y también a mi bebé. Solo tengo que josear y eso ya me lo sé. Hay días que despierto sin ánimo, pero me tengo que motivar, que nadie te va a ayudar, que no lo vaya a lograr. Eso dicen los demás, pa'l carajo los demás, que aquí pues se les va a enseñar. Aquí les caigo y les traigo un talento que lo dejan bien pálido. Se sorprendieron, algunos dijeron que estos son pa' los que sí tienen talento. De verdad, se jodió todo porque yo nunca voy a parar de josear. Ya, pero un día, ojalá yo con ganar doble A. Dile a Mike Caber que me tire para hacer un collab. Sin pijama, Nati, que me invite a la casa. Ojalá, ojalá. Ja, ja. Te era algo para sentirme fiebre. El meme. Ahora dejo que el divino Vega que lo parta. Vega.
From the past to the present to the future, been fucking the game up, different angles, Kama Sutra. From handguns to machine guns, flamethrowers to bazookas, goes down in these streets to inside your computer. Your stream's made of tears, Reese's fans like Medusa. Y'all cry in the comments section, shout out Brett Cooper. We're champions, you're cheaters, we're winners, you're losers. When I take off, I'm gone, if you don't keep up, I'll lose ya. I've been contemplating and changing my name to Il Divino. What is that? Italiano, Latino, Boston born, Chicago raised. My roots are in Puerto Rico, y la Boricua, I'm the last cacique de los Taínos. I transcended from Rex to Regal. Say it's my ego, see how fast you get introduced to my desert eagle. See, nice as Galito, but I know my rights, I'm keeping it legal. Once you level up, gotta watch how they treat you. Fauci, ouchie, I'm afraid of no needle, but don't lie if you a man of the people. See, I can allow you to see me, but I am not see-through. Transparent and honest for you to know that I speak truth, will others be deceitful. A bunch of these clucks now remind me of Smeagol. Whenever your vice can lead you to evil, no cap, I am no saint, but I will not deceive you, never mislead you. Don't ever get it twisted though, I do not need you. See, like Batman, I work best alone. I stayed loaded like Rambo, Sylvester Stallone. It's nothing when I'm gone, man, easy phone home. It's just like Jay-Z and Kanye, return of the throne. It's the rise of the empire, attacking the clones. While everyone's sheep now, I am the goat. I believe in myself now, if nobody won't. There's no need to lie, cause I know that you don't. I just hope you got my rise of the empire, attack of the clones line. You know, as the empire rises, we're witnessing the fall of the republic. Everybody that just follows suit is a bunch of sheep, just like the clones doing what they told. Just know who Palpatine is though, you know? Shout out Joey B. From Chicago to Boston, Midwest to the East Coast, and this island in the Caribbean known as Puerto Rico is why the bars are lethal. Got me going beast mode in this game called life. You better know some cheat codes. Il Divino's back, someone let the streets know. 6 shots for the folks and 5 shots for my peoples. I think it's high time we all have a sit down. Can we all agree the game is gone to shit now? Like the fall of Rome, the death of Romulus, history repeating itself if you know it's obvious. If you had your head inside of a book instead of binoculars, you'd be able to see without a pair of binoculars. Our tax dollars being spent towards the damn omnibus, where the rich stay rich, commoners remain commoners. The tentacles and everything like a damn octopus. Mass media, mass hysteria, how they control the populace. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed, in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me, the truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed, in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me, the truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Living in this shy, can't let them catch me snoozing. Dudes be shooting just for the amusement. I refuse to be a victim, never be a loser. When your city is a war zone, who gives a fuck about Putin? And there ain't nothing safe about the safety act. There's more safety in being strapped. They should choose, you shoot back. Those odds are better than getting caught laying on your back. Don't believe me, check the stats, I'm just bringing you the facts. With my hand on the Bible, I swear to rap the truth. Almighty God, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. My people perish for lack of knowledge. My knowledge I share with you. There's nothing we can't accomplish. One head ain't better than two. That's the purpose of a democratic republic. Discussion on every subject, in truth, logic, and reason, till we reach an agreement. A nation under God is how the states united. Got out of the picture, look how gradually we divided. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed, in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me, the truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed, in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me, the truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk.
Arrogance is the primary ingredient that will make you assume you can take action without God. Arrogance. That's actually what it is. You think you got this and you